Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. It is 1 o'clock, Monday, March 20th, for a joint meeting between the Town Council and the LPA members. Looks like everyone is present, including the Town Manager, Town Clerk, and Town Attorney, and most of the town. If you'll please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And just a public service announcement, if you would please make sure you silence your phones. I got to make sure I do the same thing. We are going to go a little bit out of order because we have the Cordania group is here. They were supposed to be here this morning for our meeting, but there was a communication breakdown. But they are here now. And if it's no objection to anyone here, we are also going to do something a little out of the ordinary because there are so many people here that I have a feeling are going to have some questions after we see this presentation. I'm going to open it up for public comment like we would do normally, get 3 minutes for everyone to share what they believe after. We'll do it after Ed's presentation. That way everybody's up to speed that maybe hasn't seen this presentation yet, unless there's some objections to that. All right, Ed, take it away. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to premise this by saying this is the consultant's plan, not the council or the LPA's plan.
Very, very good point. Thank you for doing that.
It correctly and we'll oh, okay, sorry. All right, did it better? All right, sorry, I'm gonna hunt down a little bit so I can peek into it. Just remind me if I go off on. This is going to be actually a little bit more an updated version than what the LPA has already seen, because I think it's more information is needed, including background, because I know we're talking a lot about density, and there's been a lot of discussion about setback and height, and you're not doing this day to day. You don't know how these things interact with each other, and they have limited effect on each other. If you're in the planning business, but for the general public, we want to actually start off with some images, some more background discussion that I apologize is going to be a little bit more academic, but it'll help you pose your questions better, actually, so that we can get you a correct answers and a better understanding. Because my job here isn't to necessarily tell you what you should do. My job is to really sit here and, at the beginning of the process, we went to council a couple of times. We're like, okay, give us the general look of things that you want us to prioritize, such as, okay, we want to address traffic better. We want to address certain things better. We were given instruction to be bold, and so, what we have proposed is based on those discussions, but they're not final. One of the things that we do in these processes is we come back and do iteration, because we need feedback from folks like yourself. So I'm really happy to see folks here today, and listen and say, hey, this is what we were given. Okay, if it's off the mark, you know what? At the end of the day, it's your plan. It is, not my plan per se, but it's something that we will kind of go through iteration to get it right, because things change. Instruction change. So I want you guys to keep that in mind and think of that as a good way to provide us with feedback so that we can reconstruct how we're writing things with a better understanding. Before we do that, we all got to get on a similar page. So ground rules. How many people here know what a comprehensive plan is? All right. Well, a comprehensive plan is a long-range plan. It's everything from 20 to 25 years in the future. But there are certain things in a comprehensive plan that are really, really solid and in terms of how it regulates the land. And that is maximum density, Sometimes you see some comprehensive plans have things like height and transition. So like when you move across the community, are all the heights the same, or do they have a gradient? Different uses, for example, where you can say retail or commercial, or is it just residential, things like that. These are always policy decisions. Doesn't normally touch things like setback that we've been hearing a lot of discussion on. Now, this is a different document than the land development regulations. So your land development regulations tell you, all right, this is how I want to build my house. This is what I have to do in terms of windows, or this I have to do in terms of base flood elevation, for example. There are different rules in there. And it's a different process at the state level as well. Comprehensive plan takes a long time to get through the state because you got to adopt it here, you got to go through a couple of processes, and then you have to go and bring it to a state level review and then bring it back. That's anywhere from 90 to 180 days. So, not something you want to be changing all the time. But land development regulation, there's a little more leeway because these are policies set by your council upon advice from your LPA. You can do with everything that's kind of nitty gritty, right? Not as big of a picture. Your height, your setback, how much parking you're requiring for development, the facade, like how you want it to look generally, pervious areas, how much water can be retained on site, things like that. Well, that's important because these things all still relate to each other. So, we're talking about setbacks. We're talking about density. So let's start with setbacks. And we all know that setbacks are how much you have to be from the property line to affect your building footprint. We're talking a lot of folks are here because they have heard something called floor area ratio. That's the amount of density, it's how much you can build. It's based on that of your lot. But it's affected by setbacks. What about the percentage of property you can build on? Before we go too much further, what is floor area ratio? Well, every zoning district that uses this methodology, a floor area ratio, think about it as you're allowed to build up to a certain point of square footage. You'd have a floor area ratio of 1, for example, on a lot that is 1,000 square feet. You're allowed to build a building with 1,000 feet of square feet of space. If it's 1 story and you're covering the whole lot, you can build up to 1,000 square feet. If it's 2 stories and you're building it, with setbacks, you have a first floor footprint that's smaller. It's not going to be 1,000 square feet on your first floor. It's going to be that 1,000 square feet split between multiple floors of a building. Everyone follow? Awesome. So what we talk about here when we talk about a floor area ratio is essentially that. It's the density, but there's a lot of things that affect how it will look like. Why is it important? Well, I'm going to run you through one case example and do the variation because this will help set our discussion. I had this community that was really gung-ho on having a downtown that had a higher FAR. They're like, give us 1 to 5. We're not going to have any percent setback. We're not going to have any height limitations. So they could build up to 5 times that yellow square there, right? That's the property. But built floor area is based on the size of the lot. So see the one on the left? Pretend that's 5 stories. And I built to the entire lot line. I can build that. But what if I want to give my a little space on the side? Well, I can still build that same amount. So you look on the right, that building's a little bit taller, right? I have a little space around the side. It varies on what happens actually when a developer actually comes and does it, but it's really what they do from a economical standpoint, what will work best for them, because the higher you build, the more it costs. It's not like a straight line. It's actually a curved line once you hit a certain point. So going to build much more economically to them. Now let's take it a bit further. Let's put in setbacks, but no height limitations. So in this case, let's say it's 15% of the property. Well, actually more like 40% there. You guys can all get my drift. Now it's going to be much, much taller. You're still building the same amount. Let's take it a little bit further. Let's put height limits in addition. See the 5-story building that we had before? Now I want to make it 4 stories. See that purple portion right there? That purple portion would have been built, but you put in a limitation there. Now let's run through some math. I told these folks told me that they could do it, they want an FAR of 5. But if I were to put all these restrictions in, you know what their actual FAR would be maximum? 3.4, much lower density. I wanted to all understand this because we have this separate discussions going on in town about what about the setback, what about the height, what about FAR. They're all related, but we're treating each of these separately right now. And so we're not getting the full picture all the time about what we actually want to see in terms of density. But, you know, let's take that even further. Let's say I want the bigger setback because I want to preserve the beach view, which is something we've heard here. Now, I'm making the building footprint even smaller so I can get that view. Let's look at that restriction there. That purple on the right, I still have that height restriction. Now they can't build up to that height. And I still have a smaller building footprint. What's my actual FAR now? My actual FAR, even though I have a maximum of 5, the most I will ever be able to build on there is less than half of what the density would be. This is a very important part of what we need to understand from y'all in terms of how much you want to build, how it looks like. Why is this still important though? Anyone want to gather a guess? Well, it's still important because we were given directive to look at how many categories of land use we have. It is much easier for you as property owners and for the city to run through things if you didn't have 40,000 different categories of land use instead of having 5 or 10 with simple rules. But even within a downtown, when you go to other cities, buildings vary, right? You may have some that are 5 stories, and maybe you don't want that next to a 1-story building. So we have transitions within the same zone. And something that you are able to do is say, this is the maximum density I want in the area. And maybe that's just for the core of the area. And in the edge of the district, we want to put height restrictions. Well, you won't get something that's dense. You won't get something that's tall. You won't get something with as much built. But you're still making, it's a balancing act. You're making it easier to navigate and understand something while creating something that is like, well, there's the core, but I don't want as much on the side for various reasons, whether it's I want to preserve a view or so forth. Now, we're going through a lot of numbers here, and even with planners, when I teach, and I used to teach planners taking their certification exam. So I'm like, not everyone can visualize this. Some of us are a number of people, and some of us are more visual in nature. So we got renderings for you all. Please keep in mind as we go through these that these are just examples. They can change a bit depending on, as we saw before with the setback, bigger or smaller. But, we didn't have a limited budget to do, or you guys don't have time to go through about 40,000 different images, right? So try to keep it simple. And just going to show you how things would look different. This is the 1.2 FAR. All these 3 buildings are the same in that regard. They look really different, don't they? You can see that one takes the entire lot. A 2-story building, one takes about 80% of the lot coverage. And you can change it to though that maybe it's more to the front or it's more narrow, different things like we were mentioning. But different lot coverages, different height, different sizes. For example, a 2.0, if you were to really compress everything. If you lose the whole lot.
I would just go back to that previous slide.
Right.
Okay, my math isn't saying these are all the same. That I see that the one on the left is a 1.25. The other two would be 2.4. If you take 80% coverage in 3 stories, you would have 2.4% FAR.
Pardon?
Am I wrong in my
yeah,
math?
that's a typo on there. But so what I asked our folks to do was, when you have a 4.0, for example, look, that's someone who would develop something. Yeah, it would be 3.6, but you normally don't see 0.6 on top. So I asked them to do treat them as a maximum 60% lot coverage, and to kind of equalize the building for simplicity purposes, to not nitpick at the point from my end, just because otherwise we would have things that the only one where we actually display it like that is the first one, because there was no way around it. It was just a really different number to work with for an example we created on the spot.
Eddie, before you go on, just got a quick question, and maybe I'm a little premature in asking this question. If in your scenario that you were just laying out, that 5.0, if based on the restrictions that get put in place through the land development code, setbacks, things like that, height, what is the point of raising it to a 5.0 if your restrictions are never going to allow that? Wait a minute, especially since the time it would take to change a comp plan versus to control what I think what you're trying to say here, it'd be easier to adjust setbacks and height through a land development code to allow you to get closer to what an FAR is without raising it through a comp plan.
Mayor, it's a great question, because that's why we're here today, to get better instruction from the LPA and the council. We were initially tasked with looking at something a little bit more bold and to put down a little bit. Now, in reference to that question, it goes back to what I was trying to describe before on a district as a whole, right? So you might have a district as a whole where maybe for 1 or 2 buildings in the middle, that's the core of your district. It might be a development that would be higher density, but then on the peripheral, you might have more height restrictions because you're trying to transition to a different district. And rather than doing 4 or 5 different districts, which would be a bit more difficult to unwieldy for just one area, we're trying to collapse them.
I might have been premature on that question. I didn't mean to derail your
Oh,
presentation.
no. Actually, it's a great question, Mayor.
Please finish, and I'm sure we'll get to that part of it too.
Right. And so, render these 2.0, 3.0. So, you see what we're trying to set the table before, right? And these are without height restrictions, by the way. And so that's what happens when you talk about setback without thinking about height and FAR. And certainly this is something that we understand you don't want to see, but we're putting it out there to show you without those restrictions that we were talking about on the height or whatnot. This is what happened. It's not what you want to see, then we have to write the regulations a little bit differently. And these, again, are, you saw the top view, so we want to show you the front view really quickly. So it's important for us to be like, okay, what height restrictions we want, and also balance that with the setbacks, and think about very targeted approaches for what you need in the node as we step back and we rewrite based on what you all want. I have no, skin in the game. I'm just here to just kind of try to translate what you all want and try to get you the appropriate regulations to get there. So the critical directions here is we need counter directives down the line or as soon as possible on the land use types and the floor area ratios. The areas where we wouldn't really need this, as well as the maximum limits. Keeping in mind that the maximum limits, like we mentioned, it's harder to go through a comprehensive plan and give yourself a new maximum density. It's easier for you to limit the density by saying, okay, we're going to do certain height and height restriction and setback combination to achieve the effective density of an area. So the maximum there really should be, okay, in the core of the district, what is the maximum I want, whether it's 1 or 2 or whatever it may be. And then the rest of it is, as you go from that core, you got, transition areas. what is the effective maximum density we want, and to put in the regulation that will kind of restrict it from both the height and setback standpoint. So that's what we were trying to show earlier, right? So that it's like it makes sense and it's easier to as easy it could be to navigate. I know land use codes are not always easy to navigate, and I don't think they can always we can get to a hyper simplistic point without running into a lot of issues, but as much as we can. Upon this, then it's also thinking about height, limits and transitions, setback, particularly since we've heard so much about beef views and access. And of course, the other aspect of having maximum density while having your other regulations in place to limit the height is this. You have community priorities that you may want in the future that involve bonuses. We haven't talked about them in the grand scheme of everything, and I believe it's later on the agenda. But when you think about contribution from a developer, such as parks or beach access points, what are you giving them in return? Well, you've already limited your density from a long-range standpoint. You really got only, unless you read it a certain way, you got not as much to give. Certainly there was a way around that. I've done that with different communities, but no, it comes down to that as well. Why are you keeping reserve, and what are you giving by right based on your land development regulations? It's an important question that I think we haven't really had a chance to discuss as well in terms of directions we need from y'all to help you craft what is appropriate for what you see for the future. So as we think about that further, I'm just going to cover what we cover in the LPA, keeping in mind, folks, that, this was preliminary.
Could I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
So, you just kind of reversed a thought process for me. So we've been thinking in terms, or at least talking. Sorry. We've been talking about what can a developer provide to us as in public benefit. But you're reversing that and saying, in asking for contributions from the developer, what are we providing them? Could you just elaborate on that?
Well, it goes both ways. There are aspects of state law that kind of restricts what you can ask, and there's got to be an equivalency in monetary value for certain types of asks if you're going to do them as requirements. And then, in terms of what you offer them, outside of that, because there is a tit for tat, one for one type of monetary requirement, certain types of asks, you want the developer to pro-offer things to you. Usually they're going to pro-offer it. You're trying to get them to pro-offer something in exchange for something else. And so you can get them to pro-offer something where it's of a more value to you and versus them for a variety of reasons. Then that's kind of where some of these bonuses are, set up. They can be set up any sort of ways, ranging from having a system where you have a point system to give yourself some balance of equivalency and for easier for yourself as decision makers to kind of weigh on a very equal footing, to having very, very stringent aspect of, okay, we want this, and this, and this, and so forth. Depending on which direction you want to go, aspects of bonuses and things like that are written very differently in various codes. Shall I continue? All right.
Yeah, just go ahead and continue, and then when we're done, we'll go around and anybody has questions for Eddie, then we'll do it then.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. So we looked at the future land use map in the beginning, and something that we had initially done in our analysis and brought back to the council was that you have a dispersion in the map that actually contributes to the fact that you have traffic. Well, traffic was an issue brought up to it. But in terms of where you have the concentration of activity, from daily needs and activity. You got public in the middle, and then you have most of the items to both sides of the island, which actually, when you have a development pattern like that, it was designed to provide for neighborhood protection. But over time, what we find in other communities, as well as yours, is that you end up having to drive across the island to get to what you want sometimes. And by increasing the frequency by which you have to travel, you actually contribute to the traffic as a whole. So in other cities, in other coastal communities, they do have parallel roads to your main stretch. You don't have that here. And so by trying to understand the directive to try to find a way to reduce traffic, our main approach was to think about how we could split that activity up so that you have to travel less in order to get to some regular goods, where things like going to a restaurant or the market or a bank or dry cleaners, for example. And so our approach then was to think about things in terms of nodes, whether they're larger activity centers at the end of the island, maybe for either tourists or high population, there may be smaller ones like around public, where maybe you go to public, then you can go to an ice cream store, or you go into the theater and you go to a restaurant next door, without not building up beyond that. And we looked in that regard to look at creating new district that direct the growth, and part of it also to preserve the small town feel of certain areas of the island, particularly existing residential single family areas of the island. Of course, with commercial uses, we looked at the fact that we have to look at retail. Offices are not really as much utilized here, but regular services, right? We all need to eat. We all need to go get groceries. We might want to go take our kids to the ice cream store, or when a family member visits, we want to go to a restaurant, things like that. And being able to find a way to encourage different regulations that will allow for that, because when we first came in, we were trying to get a bank in here, and we couldn't get a bank on the island, and they were applying to open up on the island because our regulations were so restrictive here. And I mean, personally, I can walk to my bank, like it's a 7-minute walk for me. And I found it really interesting that we had regulations so restricted that people were saying we need a bank, and a bank wanted to come in, but we really couldn't achieve that here based on what we were writing through the code. So we're trying to find a way to make that better. We understood from prior discussions, a need to think about how we regulate motels and hotel space as well. We're showing these images through your local planning agencies to see, not everyone's going to like these images, but tell us what you like or don't like about certain images, and so that we can kind of avoid it. Like the one on the left, the feedback was it's a little much. And on the right, on the feedback I recall was, hey, that's a little modern. Maybe we want to take it back a bit, think about the current aesthetic that we have. And all that then goes back in the feedback we have in the code. Now, what we did propose for discussion to the LPA for the council was to look at 6 different districts. And really that being major change. These are actually modeled primarily off existing mixed-use district or your pedestrian boulevard district that you have. And some of your districts were so similar that it kind of makes sense to just collapse them, and there really wasn't as much changes past that in that regard, although we were asked to look at the densities a little more. The first one here is look at Times Square mixed-use district, and what we had proposed was along the beachfront, along the beach, to restrict the height on that, really try to concentrate around here and here in terms of activity. The transitions down along the island, and so you have a really core area, and then you have transitional areas down the line. Looking at an FAR of 3 or up to 10 units per acre. Again, this is just preliminary. It can be changed. Feedback from some of the developers are that unless it's a certain level of FAR, they don't find enough value in there left for them to redevelop and bring back a place like Times Square. So that's kind of the juxtaposition we have. It's like we want the folks to come back and rebuild, but the developers are asking for certain levels of density to justify their rebuilding. And that, I'm just relaying that. I have no, skin game. That's ultimately a policy decision for the council to determine whether it's appropriate. But, we're on the same page. Next one here is Civic Center Coconut Village RV Park. Actually, I apologize. This is what it's 3 FAR and 10 units. So we thought about the area by what was Town Hall. In fact, you have a library around here, existing motels and so forth. And thought about this as a continued transition from a higher density core toward the northern part of the island that you had here, because we want the tourists to really stay here and have their activities here and not really, bleed into the rest of the community. So we want a transition point where you begin to kind of see less intensity as you go towards the center of the island, so that, more about our neighborhood. Mall density, you still have to direct the growth somewhere. And so it's our way of, looking at it as an initial point of discussion. We looked at public as a separate anchor point because it's in the middle of the island. And we have been, this image is the same as what you saw before, but we were given feedback to make this area a bit smaller. And so that's what we're working on. But, the thought process behind it was, okay, you had some existing motels, you had public here. Well, when you go to the market, maybe you can shorten your trip, right? Instead of doing public and then going somewhere else, maybe you just park once and you walk, you maybe grab lunch, then you grab your groceries, and then you go home. Things like that. So having a concentrated area where you have a little bit more activity may cut down on the amount of trips. Again, going back to the whole let's reduce traffic on the island. And that's one way that you can reduce traffic is by thinking about how much people have to travel with different things they need during the day. So if you concentrate in one place, you might not get vehicle traffic, but they'll park and they'll shop, and then they'll go on to their next destination. But we were asked to reduce this area a bit, so that's what we've been working on. And this next is the neighborhood center. This is the area that we looked at 1 FAR, so you to build on it, it without setback to be 1 story, 6 units per acre. We're looking at maximum height of maybe 2 to 3. I think 3 to 4 stories on this one at the most, but it's undeveloped parcel, and we got feedback as well to just kind of think about the fact that the mosquito control center is there, and think about what maybe district maybe look at outside to see if there's opportunities as we recover from Hurricane Ian, that opportunities may be there. Theater and art district, we really thought about this based on the fact that, maybe a small activity center, you had a theater, our lovely pink building right there that I passed by again on the way this morning. And just think about, art and culture, something small. Maybe you go to theater, you go to a cafe before, dinner afterwards, or, something that you can walk to. Small Main Street-ish type of what we were suggesting at a point of discussion, and aligning your regulations for that down the line. Oh, where was I? And that Santini Village is the last one, and that is the area itself was a little bit more difficult for us to do kind of look at, right? Because on one side, you have really tall buildings when you look at the south side of the island. On the other side, you have a plaza which they're looking to develop, maybe a need to kind of think about the marina use in the future and what that might entail. And so to go back to our original question too, right? You have a district that is cohesive in nature, get the activity kind of feed into each other. You got the tall residential buildings, and you got a shopping center. But what happens if I make this not as dense? When you already have someone who has entitlements, who are entitled to build tall because the town has given them approval in the past. Well, they can sue. That's what it comes down to. If you take away what they would previously had entitlement for, and you can't build back to it, that is a concern. I'm being blunt. I'm going to be upfront about it. I'll defer to legal counsel on that, but.
Mr. Nagel, you said the town granted extra height, but wasn't it Lee County at the time?
I believe it was the county at the time, but they still have those entitlements that carry over when you incorporate it. It doesn't necessarily just go away just because you incorporate it at the community. It kind of happened with communities that incorporated after the fact, and you already had something that was there. You can't undo the entitlements that they were granted to them, unfortunately. And so, to the mayor's question before on why we might have a maximum FAR but then restricted, I don't necessarily think that we want the same FAR here, but it's one cohesive district in terms of use and connectivity and maybe design aspect. And you kind of don't want two districts there, but you want maybe to think about a core aspect to the district where you have a maximum FAR that preserves those entitlements that's already been given, and then restrict on the other portion of the site in one way or another, whether it's by doing an average FAR across the entire district, or doing setbacks, or in combination of setback and height. There are different ways to skin this cat, and different communities have done different combinations to provide those restrictions. And of course, it's not the only way to approach it. It's just we provided one in order to provide a basis for discussion, because otherwise we'd just be spinning in circles the entire time, right? So, that's where we want to come back to you all on. Really, I should have done this slide again at the end, on the directions we need today.
On the last slide, the Santini, you include the marina, but on the other two marinas, you go around the marinas. Is there a reason why the marinas aren't included in this? Because I think that they would be important to be included in these nodes, whatever they are.
Thank you, Ms. Plummer. Actually, that's something that we actually also discussed during the LPA. I'm glad you brought up that point, because we are looking at it, and where part of the finale of the discussion also comes in place is how we deal with the marinas. There were discussions during the LPA about, and staff was there as well, on do we incorporate the marina and then make it a sub-district, or do we want to keep it separate because of the nature of the use and having very specific regulation for those? We can go either way. The way that we approached it was to a degree we wanna we were actually given directive to kind of incorporate this area into this. Older map that I was mentioning earlier, but we're happy to go either way based on your directive, so that depending on what you tell us, we're just going to write things a certain way on how you want to preserve that marina use, whether it's a own separate district or as a sub-district of a larger plan. And both approaches have been used by other cities, so there's no really right or wrong answer there. At the end of the day, it's about what you want to do in the marina areas, and so if it's sub area, you might have to write the things a certain way. If it's on separate district, you might have to write things a certain way. So, yeah.
The end of your presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right, then we're going to start with questions. We'll start down here. We'll just go one by one around. If you have any questions for Eddie.
Thank you. I have to get my reading glasses on. I took some notes. Excuse me. You know, you mentioned a bank couldn't come because they couldn't find space or something. But I mean, I see bank branches closing everywhere, and everybody banks with their phone and stuff. I mean, we don't even have any bank branches right now.
If I could clarify that, I didn't actually say that a bank couldn't find a space. A bank was actually applying for a space, and because you had regulations that restricted how the uses were, they couldn't actually get into the space that they were trying to get into. So that was my understanding from staff, and based on that, my understanding would be you got someone that was trying to come into the community, and your regulation provided that they couldn't. So I know that bank branches are closing everywhere, but that,
Yeah.
what would that relate to me
And
like that?
another comment you made, I mean, I know I get it, these nodes to spread out the commercial type areas, but we had one dry cleaner on the island and they closed, so I don't see dry cleaning as something people are going to walk to or bike to. Just a point, but or you know, and you already mentioned I don't think anybody's looking for office space on Fort Myers Beach. I think one thing I couldn't help but notice, and maybe I'm not correct on it, but the Publix commercial area, your map, and I know you mentioned you're shrinking it, but it was the only one that when you drew it, you encroached on known residential properties. 2 streets, Bayview and Sable, that have single-family homes on them, which seemed kind of illogical if you're trying to decrease the impact of density.
Yeah. And definitely that part of the feedback that was given to us during the LPA was to shrink it partly for that reason. In terms of why we initially improved that portion on some of these streets, we know that there was a lot of space, a lot of houses that were bought for Airbnb purposes. So we were trying to think about a balance there, right? And certainly it within the discussion to shrink that area, that we're going to take your direction on that and do accordingly. I'll try and provide feedback on why we thought that way. And that was, does it make sense to have an entire street of Airbnb or try to find a way to reconcentrate things a little bit differently, either with duplexes or with multifamily that may provide some different type of rental that's already naturally occurring.
But you have individual lots. Sable Drive, there's 19 lots. So, like, if somebody's building a hotel or something there, what do? They buy up all those lots?
That's where you have restrictions in place. For example, actually, I think that's a great question to go back to why we have number C here, because we're talking about floor area ratio, and so it's like, so what level of floor area ratio do we want to provide specifically for hotels and motels in certain areas? Because then it's like maybe your FAR at 2, but maybe 0.5 of that. It's the maximum amount that you allow for a hotel. Maybe it's 0. So there are ways to kind of think about how we regulate that so that certain uses go in certain areas, and think about also at the same time the intensity of such usage in a certain area. It's also important here because right now we do have an interesting, I wouldn't say balance, but there's a reason why the Airbnbs were, have persisted the way that they have. Economically before this, they had, there were cheap interest rates, so you could invest in these properties more cheaply. You bought it out, and because your demand for these places exceeded the supply, even with the Airbnb, you could charge much more for it and be able to make your mortgage as an investment property. And so it kind of begs the question of, did the Airbnbs exist because we overregulated the motel to the point where they couldn't meet the demand at the same level? That's an economic argument there. So if that is the case, then how do we adjust policies to account for that? How do we adjust policies to account for that, while at the same time thinking about, we don't want hotels and motels everywhere on the island. We want them in specific areas. And so if we have existing hotels and motels that are like, I can't go and put more units in my places to meet the demand of the market. Does that have an effect? Yeah. So there are twin questions in your head because everything has a effect. Airbnbs, we can also make an argument that they're naturally an investment property for a lot of folks, but there's a reason why it's happening at such at the level that we see in this community, and
Ed,
there's
could I
not one
interrupt you for a
answer.
second?
But yeah,
Just specifically to Mr. Ekman's comment about Sable in that particular node.
Right.
Maybe you misunderstood. If I'm misspeaking, the LPA can correct me, but I believe that what we specifically wanted there was to remove those residential streets from that node.
right, and I agree, and that's why I was just saying that we were proceeding on the lines of removing it, but that's giving more background on how we got those included in the first place. So that was more about the background.
I get that, but part of the reason this room is full is because it's uncertain. And I think the more certainty we can create for folks, and like Doug lives on that street, and so I'm sure he hears
Right.
from his neighbors constantly.
I used to.
And so if we could just take that off the list so it doesn't appear again, then I feel like we'll make these little steps of progress, and hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have cleared up a lot of these concerns.
Yeah, and I agree. Again, that's why we have this the critical question that we had questions on, because from our end we had a certain set of direction, and we're trudging along. But if you don't need something a little bit more concrete, we on our end to help you with that, we also need something a little more concrete as well.
I just have 2 more comments, and then I'll pass it on. I think the idea of a marina district makes a lot of sense for the at least 3, maybe 4 marinas on the island, with special considerations to benefit them and the public.
Yeah.
And my final comment is, on the south end of the island, we have a lot of tall condominiums, and one of the things that the LPA and the council agreed on, like rather remarkably at our last meeting, everybody said it a different way, but that we really are striving to be a community. And this is my own opinion. When I see buildings over 4 stories, it's hard for me to feel like it's a community. Now, I think Margaritaville is only 3 stories, and it's coming out pretty nice. I mean, what's wrong with that? I'm just my opinion.
Could I follow up with a question for Mr. Ekman? In terms of the marinas, you talked about 3 or 4 different ones. Do you envision them all being kind of similar? Because there's a different aspect of walking waterfront, right? So there's
Yeah, I'm not sure what is actually appropriate. just seems like a good idea to me in general. And there might be some specifics for different ones, but
Okay.
it's such a unique function, commercial function, and it's also enhances our community
Right.
tremendously. So it just seemed like they should have some sort of special
Right.
designation.
Eddie, if you wouldn't mind,
Sorry.
just for sake of time, because there's
Right.
probably a lot of people that want to speak.
Right.
If you could take notes, maybe on some of the questions that the LPA and the council members have up here, and then address them at the end. I
Okay.
think that might help as opposed to going back and forth.
Right.
We might be here till midnight otherwise.
Yeah.
Don?
I'll be pretty brief. One, just the marinas, I do think they're split up into separate nodes now, if you will, right? And that does cut down on traffic. So I think having various locations of marinas makes sense. Second thing is Vice Mayor Adderholt and I lived before the storm in condominiums, and I would say they're a community in and of themselves, and most of them are intact. So I don't think we can change anything with respect to the condominiums, but that is. The south end is really still a residential, in a lot of ways, a residential area. So no other questions, just comment. It's clear to me that you need further direction and precise direction, so I'm looking forward to having that discussion and giving that direction so we can kind of move along to a plan.
I've got no questions right now. Are we taking comments also, or just, we'll discuss that later on?
Well, do you have any direct comments for Eddie?
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to recreate the wheel and do it over again.
Eddie, I'll try to summarize some of the discussions. I think it might help the public real quick. I think there seemed to be consensus that we like the node idea, we like the concept, we like this idea of reducing trips on the road and creating a more pedestrian-friendly environment. I think some of the nodes, starting with downtown, including Moss Marine kind of area in there, was one of the direction by the public's removing the residential streets. Near the Women's Club, removing the Women's Club and mosquito control, keeping that institutional, and maybe going across the street on the Gulf side where you've got resorts that are going to redevelop, including that in there. I believe that when we looked at the node that you're calling the theater node, also you've got the Outrigger, you've got some other resorts there that are going to be redeveloping, including those within there. And Santini Plaza, I think the direction there was we like the node. The FARs that have been identified are extremely high, and to look at adjusting those. What else? Our last joint discussion between the LPA and council, and I think the mayor today touched upon that about our current LDC and comp plan, and this idea that you can attain more density or more lodging units, and you can get more height through the land development code today. And I think that the concern that I heard from the mayor and the vice mayor was, I don't think anybody's opposed for the people asking for more, especially under current conditions, but they want a process where you go through a public hearing to request that, and you demonstrate your compatibility. You also demonstrate if you're going to get more height or more units, some kind of public benefit. So I think that kind of summarizes some of the discussion in my mind.
Ian?
I think it's a reverse of the question about finding a place for a bank. It's the places that were banks and had it be listed as its use that is difficult to reuse it because it's limited to banks. And so that's where we need to open up the uses for those, because banks aren't going to come back here. And so that's in reverse. But I do think either the marinas all need to be included in the nodes, or they need to have their own avenue to search.
try to be brief. I think I can eliminate some of the public comment today if we can just resolve one issue, Eddie. Estero Bay Improvement Association, EBIA, has contacted us all, and there's probably some folks in the audience, and I know there's a lot of folks watching. You had removed the future land use designation recreation from the 55-acre former golf course that's under their ownership and control, and you'd suggest that in previous proposals. I just want to, first of all, see if I can get my colleagues, to Anita's point of trying to give people some certainty. Can we ask for unanimous consent to have that retracted from your suggested proposal, either this one or previous ones? Because you've scared a lot of folks, not maybe intentionally, but you've given a lot of people pause. And I wonder if we can retract that today and put a lot of people, give some people some peace.
Is that Bay Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that we have a problem with that. I think that that was
No.
probably an error.
So could we ask for unanimous consent from everyone to retract that then today? So we can send that message that no longer.
All right, Jim, I think that was the easiest thing all day.
All right, very good.
Right. It's not in there, right?
It's not in this.
Well, but Eddie, you've confused a lot of
Okay.
people. So that's the maybe not intentionally, but you've alarmed a lot of people with that, and So
Sorry.
I think we can say officially that's officially retracted and no longer part of your proposal.
That was not really ever meant to be part of the
I'm not saying you did it
proposal.
intentionally, but unintentionally, it's caused a lot of people some heartache, and I just want to make sure that's clear today that is no longer part of this proposal.
It would never.
On your
vote.
mind.
Yeah.
Okay. To the mayor's point,
That's why I
no need to
had to
respond.
call
Yep.
over to be like, could you clarify with, because it wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it caused a lot of heartburn here on the island.
My apologies.
That's all right. The other thing I just briefly, you and I had talked prior to Hurricane Ian about traffic congestion, and we had a one-on-one meeting with Sarah prior to the Hurricane Ian. I know your nodes are an attempt to address that, but I hope you'll continue to build into your plan incentives for pedestrian overpasses to allow the traffic along Estero Boulevard to move unimpeded, particularly in areas of growth. I hope you'll look at opportunities for a water ferry, incentives for that, so folks can get on a boat and utilize the bay. I think we need to be much more aggressive on the traffic piece, and I think there's a lot of opportunity right now at this stage in our island's history to take some bold steps, because that's a huge impact on quality of life. I know there's a lot of other important issues, but I just wanted to touch on that with my limited time today. Thank you.
Could you put back up the screen with the questions you want answered? So I'm going to first of all say that I echo Patrick's comments. I think he summed up pretty well. But one of the things that we have been talking about at the LPA is this: do we separate or do we include or exclude parking in the existing in the floor area ratio calculation? Since there's so many of you here, if you can imagine this is the building that's getting built right now, when this space is calculated, this part down here, which is parking, is counted in the calculation for what this person can build. This space is calculated, and this space is usually just parking. So the question is, do we not calculate that? Now, if we don't use it and we calculate beginning at the base flood elevation, which is here at the bottom of the page, this building now goes up a floor. It goes up a floor. That's a change that could be made in the Land Development Code. I'm open to that discussion. I don't know that that's the right thing to do, but I'm open to the discussion. I'm not open to the discussion of changing the floor area ratio in the comprehensive plan. I just would like that off the table. I'd really like off the table any substantial change to the comprehensive plan other than perhaps the designation of these nodes. But changing the floor area ratio, I think, or changing the comprehensive plan just puts such uncertainty in the community. And what you can ask me whatever. But what my real goal is to help create some certainty, because for me, certainty, and I've talked to a lot of people and listened to a lot of people, some of them are here in the room, but certainty for our residents equals security. They feel secure, and we're in a very insecure time, so security is an important thing. And security for developers and speculators, with all due respect, equals some predictability in what they're able to do and transactions that they either consider or don't consider. Someone said something to me this morning that I honestly had not thought about, and it was relative to commercial properties. And since a lot of this has to do with commercial properties, it was relative to this precarious place that some property owners who have held that property for a long time find themselves needing or wanting to complete a transaction because it's necessary for them, but not having what they need to make those decisions or to bring on offers, for lack of a better word, that would be appropriate for that transaction. And I hadn't really thought about it that way because, quite honestly, I never feel responsible for somebody's financial decision. That's not my role here. My role is to be a policymaker. So anyhow, so that calculation of where to begin FAR is, I think, still a conversation. Heights, since our incorporation, we've been obsessed with height. And again, I use my piece of paper, you know, in this box. The box is the same whether it's this way or this way. But we've been obsessed with this. And but with this comes, as you illustrated, and thank you very much, comes space. It comes open space. When you're down here walking, you don't appreciate whether this is like this or this is like this. But this here is actually much more massive when you're walking next to it. Mm-hmm. So I think that is still open for discussion, at least in my mind. And, yep.
Right.
Yep.
So
exactly.
It's the differences here that
Yep.
we're trying to show.
Yep. And then what was the other one? There was one other thing I thought that I could contribute to, but I don't remember what
I'm
the
sorry.
list
I'll let me go
was.
back to that.
And I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thank you.
Mayor, will you indulge me with one quick comment? Apologize. I do want to stress that if you don't have some aspect of density within the comprehensive plan at the regulating point, whether it's FAR or another mechanism, it will likely not go past DEO review. It won't be accepted. So there needs to be some kind of aspect. It may not be FAR, but it needs to have some sort of understanding of the intensity of land use that's required by state statutes. So right now it's FAR. It could be anything. No. I just wanted to make that point in case it influences other comments. Yeah.
You done for now? Councilor Woodson?
I think that at the last meeting that we had a joint meeting like this, and we talked about, you know, what is it that we all moved here for? What do we really want our island to rebuild and look like? And we said at that time that we didn't want to necessarily change the comp plan per se, but to change some of the other issues with setbacks and densities and all those kind of things. And I'm still on that page to do that. I mean, we all talked about there's certain areas that are going to change, Times Square being one of them. Possibly big land parcels like the Red Coconut. So how do we, going along with what Anita said, how do we create certainty today, but also look at streamlining some of these mass areas that we have that are so critical to our rebuild? Number one, Times Square. Santini Plaza could be another one. The Red Coconut RV district, if that's even going to be, and what is that going to be? So looking at not just nodes, but looking at our existing plots that we have and what we need to rebuild, I think is really critical right now to move forward. I do like the idea of having marinas almost as a separate entity. They are so different and could be so fabulous as we rebuild in what happens with our transportation, our traffic patterns, people coming to the island, et cetera, et cetera. So those are the main two comments. I really like Patrick's summary. He always puts it so concise for us, and I love that.
Councilor Veach?
Yeah, the further down the table you go, the less new things you can come up to say. I do kind of agree with the idea that maybe a marina district that in some ways encourages mixed use and incentivizes these marinas to stay as marinas. Maybe some things would be valuable to us if we're going to allow somebody, give them some bonuses for mixed use, and maybe they have a public dock for a future water tax or something that goes on, because we need to have places, the boats need a place to land if that's going to have any kind of traction at all. Another thing is, and it's not, I don't think it's part of your necessary points you're making, but or part of your study, but we've been talking about a point system and a point system for bonuses. And I think that as far as what Anita was saying, I think everyone agrees to get some kind of certainty for people if they're in these commercial areas to rebuild, that I think it behooves us to put that forward, to start talking about what these different incentives are worth as far as bonuses, heights, and other things. A question for you, Eddie, is that there was a line in the old comp plan that was taken out, which was noting that we are road capacity limited. And that was removed, but I think it's vital because everybody in the future has to know that we have one 2-lane road and we get 50,000 people here in season and a lot of visitors. We just, anything more coming onto the island is going to cause us more grief. I think also another point to consider is when we're talking about this, whether or not the ground level counts towards FIR, I think that can provide us an incentive to keep people to leave the ground floor open. So maybe if something is open parking, it counts less. And if it's enclosed for any reason, it counts more towards the FAR. And I'm going to go back and talk about, because it wasn't just the LPA that really wanted some of these purely residential areas removed. It was also town council gave the direction. I noticed that to be nodes to me, there's got to be some separation between them. And the Times Square node and the Civic Center node are abutting each other, and what is abutting them are essentially residential areas. So I think to be a node, we don't need to butt them up. We can separate those out. Another question for you is, there was a comment in here about no residential on the Gulf side in the, I think it was a Civic area or maybe the downtown area. Could you clarify what you meant by that? Because my understanding in the V zone, which is mostly the V zone, it's a bear to do retail or this kind of thing in the V zone because no one wants to walk up 20 feet to see what you have in your shop.
That one actually requires some clarification. We actually have received comment from the LPA on that, and we are we have been modifying that with that understanding. We didn't want, well, technically, really, let's see how to put it. We didn't want to have necessarily a higher density residential on the beachfront side. But we understand that with the commercial, it would be difficult unless you were to put in measures like raising it up by X amount of feet in order to provide for the ground floor level of the retail to be at a different height. That is how you kind of normally get around down places on the other coast with the Barrier Island. So, but that comment had been provided to us, so we have been addressing it by taking that out. If that makes it easier to navigate that comment by saying by removing that restriction on residential on the beachfront side.
Yeah, it just seems to me to be counterintuitive. I understand the height
Right.
restrictions, so people who are further back maybe can.
Right.
Another question now, the Santini Plaza, by what kind of height does Santini Plaza have now by right? And by grouping it in with these tall towers that exist, are we granting them kind of an exceptional height? gift.
Maybe let's save that for our actual agenda item discussion for the staff so she can answer that. If you're okay with that, I think that's going to be a question asked by several people.
Yeah, and another point just kind of is that I think that since we're somewhat limited and there's a lot of things that builders can offer us as a town, that I think it's important when we do this, we can, I understand the FAR is like an upper cap that probably can't be utilized in a lot of places when you take in height and setbacks and all that. But I think it's really important that we don't go and be too generous with what we're granting anybody by right. So if they want more, then they go with the point system, which hopefully we'll have some traction on, and then they can make a business decision based on those, on the incentives and the bonuses about whether it's worth going forward. Okay, thanks.
Scott?
I'd like to just make two comments. Eddie, we had spoken about this last time at the LPA. Have you given consideration, originally you had, and we're going to have to agree on what the height is, but you had the Times Square area higher, this area lower, and then Red Coconut higher than that. Have you given consideration to make a gradient where it starts mid-island at a certain height, gets higher here, and then highest at the bridge?
I think that we given that consideration, but in light of the comments we just received, we need direction because the comments we just received kind of run counter to that, right? Because what you described create that node with that separation that we were just commented to create that separation. And at the same time, now we're being, the comment is to provide for a gradient, then there is no that separation that we just got and comment just now. I think we need to come to a consensus on how you want it to proceed in that regard.
Bill, I guess we should ask Councilmember Veach, what's your opinion on that?
Well, I'm just seeing kind of a practical aspect that if you have nodes that are butting each other, then they're really not acting as nodes. That the idea is you have clumps of businesses amongst kind of the residential, and the more you butt them against each other, the less they're separate nodes, and they maybe don't need to be treated separately.
So would you think the Red Coconut area should be higher than down here? Or do you just treat each node separately?
I think there's probably I don't know. Everyone is different. I think that probably having some difference between different nodes makes some sense, but I'm just concerned that if we grant things by right, then we're losing the opportunity to get some incentives that we need.
Gotcha. I'd just like to make one more comment. I agree with Councilmember Veach that if the FAR should start, if you're open parking, FAR should start at base flood. That's all I have.
We clarify open parking versus closed parking. It's parking, right? Doesn't matter if it's open or closed. What if it's a garage?
Open parking.
Okay. So if it's a closed garage, then it's counted?
Yeah.
So you park cars in there,
You want
but
to get that view area.
Okay.
At least that's my opinion. I mean, you guys might have different thoughts, and that's why we're here, try to collaborate.
I have a couple of observations and then a question. As far as marinas go, I think they should be a separate district. There's more commonality between the individual marinas than there is between each marina and each different node. When we adopt a plan, we do create a right for the developer as far as an entitlement. So I would concur you want to be flexible. You want to keep that density that you're giving an entitlement to as low as possible to give yourself the flexibility to negotiate. And each project and each piece of property is unique and needs to be able to be treated that way. They're all properties and all developments not going to fit into the same square or the same box. And I guess my last question is really directed to all of the consultants and the staff, and that is, if the plan's going to take up to 18 months to be approved by the state and get back here, what controls can we put in place now that we can use either through the development code, an amendment that we have some control with the developers as they come in during the next 18 months. Thank you.
If I could clarify what I said earlier with the up to 180 days, not 18 months. 18 months is probably more like if you're trying to do a development in Broward County where they have an extra layer of everything that we do not have here, thankfully. But up to 180 days, and that's just because we have to go to the LPA. We have to make sure we properly notice the public so that they can come and provide comment if it's aspect to them. Then we have to do through first reading, submit to the state for, and then 60-day review, come back, make any changes, and then go through advertisement for a second public reading, a public hearing, and then we do another month at the end after that because we had to send back to the state for another 30-day period. So that's, that's how that adds up to about generally 120 to 180 days, depending on when the clerk notices everything and puts in the paper and so forth. So.
Just to follow up on that question, so is there anything that precludes us from implementing LDC code changes that add some clarity before we do the comp plan?
As long as your code is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Your comprehensive plan is the overriding document in areas of legal challenge. And I'll defer to the town attorney on that. The comprehensive plan overrides any aspect of your land development regulation where they are inconsistent.
Also, if I could just add a comment with regards to protections or restrictions, we have those today in our comp plan and in our land development code. So any development moving forward is going to have to come to the LPA and then council to ask for approval. We do have a pretty limiting land development code and comp plan right now. So I think the nodes would be a tool that we want to look at to provide certainty in the future and maybe provide a little more direction. But right now we do have significant limitations.
Good afternoon, John Heron, your town attorney. Both speakers have basically summarized what the state of the law is, and that is your existing land development code has to be consistent with your existing comprehensive plan. As it currently exists, your comprehensive plan right now, as well as your land development code, are fairly limiting. And in fact, what we hear and what we're discussing is maybe modifying and providing for enhanced opportunities based upon meeting certain criteria for additional development. So wouldn't be able to get to that point until you adopt the new comprehensive plan and then change your land development code to meet the new comprehensive plan. So what we have today is the limitations that exist today. And while, yes, you can make changes to your existing land development code, as Eddie indicated, they must be consistent with your current comprehensive plan. So we're really talking about maintaining the status quo until you have the opportunity to look at your new comprehensive plan and see whether or not you want to expand the ability to allow for enhanced and additional development in certain areas or nodes or neighborhoods, as you all may decide through this entire process.
And how restrictive is that in this case, John? Would we be allowed to come up with a table of bonuses and incentives that would apply to allow someone more uses? I mean, could we change like the commercial boulevard zoning district in the LDC, or is that in the comp plan only?
Everything in your land development code flows from the comprehensive plan. So we would have to, if you want to expand the geographic reach of any of those underlying land use categories, to then expand the land development code and add additional uses, it may require an amendment to your existing comprehensive plan in the short term, as well as the land development code.
Okay, so we could amend, if it really became a conflict, something we wanted to do, if we amended the comprehensive plan, would the amendment have to go to the state as well?
Yes, although depending upon the nature of the amendment, It may be processed through what's called the small scale adoption process, which is an expedited process. And it's probably about half the time that Eddie indicated previously as far as practicality. And then we would have to change the land development code to sync up with whatever those changes are to the comp plan.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, well, you might want to opine on this, but Eddie, I've got a question for you. If the town council votes to amend or change the comprehensive plan, it's global, it's town-wide, correct? And it could be a specific section, okay.
Correct.
But if a property that is seeking redevelopment came in to amend with a comp plan amendment, is that specifically only for that particular development, or would it pertain to everything in that district, or how does that work?
It would depend upon the nature of the application to amend the comprehensive plan. If it's property specific then it would be process property specific.
Okay.
You do have to keep in mind consistency. You don't want to create islands within a general category. That then is potentially illegal spot zoning.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I think just to clarify a little bit what you're asking is a private entity can come in and ask to change a comp plan, and they can ask for something that would affect everybody. They could come in, for example, and say, we want to change the FAR across the board to this amount. That would impact all properties. Or they can say, my specific property, I want to create a sub-district just for my property. So a private entity has the right to ask for that.
Right.
All right.
You want me to elaborate further, or
You ready? Well, you ready for me yet?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just have a few questions that I want to put out there just for everybody here we'll talk about later when we get to the items, but just taking some notes and listening to what's been said. Does it make sense to keep the marina districts, but perhaps offer them the same density of the surrounding districts, so downtown district or Santini, for example? Does that make, obviously that's a comp plan amendment, but it's not changing FAR. Does it also make sense to add, instead of measuring heights from base flood elevation or from the ground to base flood elevation, does it make sense to add a bonus story or two, a feature for the needs area depending on where it's at? So it's an ask, but we are allowed to give it in certain cases or not allowed to give it in certain cases, not making a global change to go to base flood elevation across the board. Is that something that we can do without a comp plan adjustment through the land development code? Just keep that in your things. And do designations of hotel motel make sense to alter what their dwelling units per acre may be? And I'll get to that in a minute. So those are just a few things. And one of the things that I worked up this morning, just because I know that it's very difficult for a lot of people to understand floor area ratio. I spent a lot of time reading about it, probably more than I care to admit. But I just wanted to use an example that I think that everybody understands, and it brings it back to the original meeting that we had when I said, is there really a need to change the floor area ratio? We've heard from several people and all the developers that I've met that the floor area ratio is not an issue. It's the dwelling units per acre that's an issue. And the example that I'm going to give you, I think, will highlight that and maybe will make a little bit sense. At least in my mind it makes sense, but I can't speak for everyone else. So I just took Town Hall's property.
Right.
Let's not talk about what it's zoned. Let's not talk about setbacks. Let's just talk about the area of Town Hall property versus the size of the building that is currently on the site, using the numbers of the property that's there and the building that's there. Based on that, it comes out if you had 2 stories. So let's just talk about the numbers. It's roughly 68,824 square feet property. That would have, based on our current code, would allow for 9 units through the dwelling units per acre. So the building itself is 78 by 140, so it's 10,920 square feet. That sits there, single story, not the second story, just single story for simple math. So it accumulates about 0.25 of an acre. The whole overall site is 1.58 acres. So in order to calculate, if you did 2 stories, that would be, and that includes the first story above flood. So you got flood parking, then the other 2 stories. That brings you to 32,760 square feet, would give you a FAR of 0.48, right? Now we'll jump past all the other numbers because I'm a nerd and bore everybody. Now let's go to 5 stories. 5-story building. You still would not reach a 1.0 FAR. So imagine town hall 5 stories tall with parking underneath it. You still wouldn't reach the 1.0. We're talking about 3s and 4s and 5s. Now take that times 5 or 4. That's a pretty tall building. So that's why my argument has always been, I don't think we necessarily have to focus on the FAR, which was covered pretty much all your number 1s up there. If you can just leave that back up, please. I think that can eliminate it. I've been saying all along, I think what we need to find out from the people sitting here, from you and from the people sitting out there, is the box that can go on there. Does it really necessarily matter what goes inside that box? And that's where the density comes in. Does it matter if, with the FARs the way they are, without changing the comp plan? And the reason I say this is, as you've said, changing the comp plan is definitely going to take time. We want to start rebuilding. We want to give people direction. If you can build within what the FAR is there ways that we can adjust the heights, or maybe some setbacks, or maybe a couple other things through the land development code that would allow someone to come in and say, hey, I can get an extra story if we change this, but it's going to cost me this, or it's going to cost me that bonus feature for an extra height. So I just wanted to use that. I don't know if it made sense to everybody out there listening or paying attention, but that gives me a visual of what it would take to get to a 1.0 FAR on the town hall's property with the building that's sitting there. That's a pretty big building. But
you couldn't build it.
But you couldn't build it because you could only put 9 units inside those 5 stories.
And you're limited to height.
Right. That's why I said let's not talk about the height. But just giving you, that was just so people could get a rough idea how big a building could be there. So as a community, do we mind if you can go to, say, 3 stories, which let's say you can go 3 stories or 2, even 3 stories. Let's say that gives you a 0.63 FAR, which is still well below what is the maximal allowable there. But in order to make it work, still using the same height restrictions and setbacks, do we care what's inside that 2-story building? Do we care if it's 4 units, 8 units? Do we care if you've got 1,000 square feet and you put 2 500 square foot units in it, or you put 4 250 square units in it, or you put 10 100 square units? As a community, do we care what's inside that building? Or what is our threshold for what we would be okay with inside that building without having to come in and ask for something extra? So long-winded, but that's discussions I'm sure we're going to have in the next thing, but I just wanted to put it out there if there's anything you want to comment on that.
I think that was a great way of putting it, Mayor. And it goes back to the, like to go back all the way to the beginning. Oh, is this working? No, it's not. Sorry. It's frozen. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry, folks. All right. 2 ground rules. To a degree, we don't necessarily care about what's in the building except for making sure that from an intensity standpoint, we are consistent with the comprehensive plan and what the state statutes require for us in terms of understanding the intensity of land use as prescribed in your comprehensive plan. You can't exceed that. But if you want to say, hey, we'll do a step back in the height, and it's consistent in the comprehensive plan, and you want to do your land development code that way, it's consistent with what the attorney just mentioned earlier. Town attorney mentioned this earlier about consistency. As far as why we're looking at it a little bit differently, well, your code is set up in such a way, and your comprehensive plan is currently set up in such a way that you don't. There are different distinctions between commercial and residential. If you say 1 dwelling unit, well, what is the square footage of that dwelling unit? And it's a variability. So unless you're putting other aspects in there, you really don't have a gauge. So that's where it's where we could kind of think we have to take a step back and be like, okay, if we want to proceed with a code that is form-based, what do we have to put in place from a comprehensive plan standpoint that will allow you to skirt any issue that may arise by taking that method. And if that's the direction the council wants to go with, we're happy to kind of take that and work with you and reconstruct what is written to what your vision is.
Eddie, are you going to stick around after your presentation's over here, just in case there's more questions that come up during the normal agenda items, or are you going to take off?
The intent was to take off, but I can stay for a little bit.
If you wouldn't mind staying at least through the public comment portion, so that they get a chance to say what's on their mind now, and maybe that sparks something else that someone up here has a question about. But in the first section, yeah, you're kind of heavily involved in the very first section, so if you wouldn't mind sticking around, that'd be great.
Okay. Yep.
All right.
Yep. Definitely.
We're gonna go to public comment now, so to give you time to process what we just threw at you, and maybe you can come up with some recommendations, because I think you got some pretty strong direction from people up here as to where this is kind of heading.
Right. So, Mayor, if I could just reiterate, I make sure I'm getting it. Separate marina districts. Go ahead and reduce the areas for this Coconut Village area so that you have more of a separation between the nodes. Go ahead and reduce the area around the public area that we have already started doing based on prior comments. And then based on what was previously said, because we want to make sure we are understanding. Remove the women's club and the mosquito control area, and then look across the street for potential redevelopment opportunities. And across the board, think about maintaining existing FAR, see if that works.
Yes.
Okay.
And removing your change to the future land use map in Bay Beach, which is the south end of their recreation section.
Okay. I would note that maybe that's where some of the confusion went in, because we were because technically speaking, you don't have specific categories. We're trying to make sure we get it into recreation and conservation. So that's why it may look like it was being removed, but it really was because you have an area called wetland, and it's really not something you see in other state comprehensive plans, but we're trying to convert that to conservation to protect it, and recreation to protect it as continues that. But there's just some very old text in there, like
Eddie?
you never see the category wetlands like that.
Eddie,
Yeah.
that appeared to be a taking to many people on this island. So let's go ahead and leave it the way it was. I think you have unanimous consent here, so let's just go ahead and leave it the way it was.
Okay.
Okay.
That's one less thing for you to worry about.
Okay. Yep.
All right. Thanks, Eddie. We're going to go on to public comment, and stand fast. You might be back up here. We're gonna. I think just we'll start on this side, and we'll go front to back, and then we'll come over here to this side. Otherwise, it'll be my eyesight. We'll start with you, sir. How about that? Turn your mic on there.
Thank you for this public meeting. I want to...
You got to say your name, sir.
Oh, Pasquale Fiorino, Bay Beach Lane. I don't know whether the number of people who are here today surprised you, but I just like to make a comment as to why we are all here. We are here because we care for this island. If we didn't care, we would have put up a for sale sign and left. And when I look around, I don't see anyone that looks like Bill Gates here. I see the faces of a lot of men and women who come from the middle class, who busted their behinds working so they could come and save money and retire to Florida. And I think that you need to remember that as we move forward. Before Ian, the majority of your tax base was people from the middle class. And this town did pretty good. And we have really challenges in the future. Actually, you do as the council, because we are now at a watershed moment in this town. And I'd like to just remind you who built this town up? It was the middle class. Yes, we had developers, and I agree there are areas in this town that we have to develop from the ground up. There's just no doubt about it. But when I hear people like the owner of Margaritaville going to Miami and making a public speech saying, well, I'm paraphrasing, oh, come to Fort Myers Beach. You can buy anything and it will get millions of dollars in return. I don't like that. I really don't. Because I think we are here, the people who built this town are here. We want to stay here. For all of us, we have to dip into our savings, into our retirement plan to either pay for remodeling, rebuilding, or our increase in condo fees and special assessments, and we're all willing to do that because we have made a commitment to this island. And I'd just like to remind you of that and keep that in mind as we move forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I'm also from Bay Beach area.
What's your name, ma'am?
So Martha Minook. So I like the idea of the neighborhood villages. I think that's ideal. Self-sustaining villages throughout the island, especially centered around the marinas. As some suggestions, wonderful idea would be fantastic. But like Hilton Head, it reminds me how they've done that great job with their marinas. That's fantastic. However, the word village entails the word quaint, charming, low-rise. I don't see how that word village would fit in with 10 or 15-story buildings on Santini Plaza. So that's something that's, just for me, is definitely a no-no. Look at a model that we have already that's extremely successful on our doorstep, 5th Avenue South, 3rd Avenue South. Started 30 years ago. They have a wonderful, successful model. Their economy is booming. Even summer tourism is on the increase. We have that model there already. Let's try and focus on that instead of 10 and 15-story buildings that people like us, retirees, do not want to live in that type of an environment. Like people from the East Coast who have those type of buildings are moving to the West Coast because they don't like that type of lifestyle. So I think we should bear that in mind. Secondly, one important point that was not mentioned in the report, and that surprised me, it ties in with traffic. Yes, there is terrible traffic here, but we can't really walk. We can walk between 7 and 10 in the morning. The temperatures are scorching. Nobody's out after 10 all day long because we love to walk, we love to bike. We can't do that. We need shade trees. A very simple solution is start planting shade trees along Astaire Boulevard, north and south at the same time, so that we're not left with the south end last, which is usually the last, always the last, even though now it's the area with most inhabitants. So let's develop a plan. Maybe the council can set up a specific committee on planting shade trees. The temperature is 10 degrees cooler under these shade trees. Look at Hilton Head, where we've spent a lot of time on vacation before we purchased here. The temperature is 10% cooler under these shade trees. They provide greenery, reduce carbon dioxide, release oxygen, they enhance the environment, the greenery. People will be out and about walking and biking all day long. So I think we really would be great if the council could form a specific committee to start working on that right away, to embellish Astaire Boulevard, some of the side streets, especially the big ones like Bay Beach, for example. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Denise Clint. It's Klint, and I want to thank you again for this presentation. I'm coming to you from a little different perspective because I've sat where you're sitting in a previous life up north. I was on a city council, and we had to redevelop along Boulevard, and the same buzzwords were used, 30 years ago, these nodes. I just want to caution you because while it's a great idea and it looks good, it's still what we perceive we want to have there. We don't know that they'll necessarily come. And that's what we found out in my city. We still have empty buildings that, we wanted a dry cleaners and a coffee shop and all this in one area. Unless the developer wants to put it there, it's not going to happen. So please be cautious when you look at what you want in these areas or what you think would come in. We don't know what's going to come in. And along those lines, I want to say this is really scary when we see these different areas up here, because not everyone understands that their ideas and say they're done by Santini, say Santini, and they're in that map. Does that mean it's going to be torn down and rebuilt? And they're already starting to put their businesses back together, and they're already starting to plan to be there. So what do those pictures look like to them? That's a scary thing. So I'm glad you talked about some certainty for people in the future, because just because it looks like something up there, we residents need to know that that doesn't mean something's going to be torn down when we're trying to, rebuild. So those are just my areas of my ideas that I just want to say thank you again for allowing us to be here.
Thanks, Denise. Anyone else in the front row? No? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Jack Daniels on Bahia Via. Yep. Yeah.
You might be very popular after this meeting.
Yeah. Bahia Via, behind Charlie's and the Outrigger, which just brings tears to my eyes. So I got a couple questions. One, do we have to update the comp plan? Is there any kind of a state statute or a local statute that requires an update to the comp plan right now, or is it something that was decided to do?
That one, if you guys want.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. He's got 3 minutes. I'm talking.
Oh, okay. I'll
just
go
take a note and we'll cover it after.
Gotcha. That's fine. So that's one. The other question is about the bonus point system. I think that's a really neat idea. I have experience on that side of the table up north, and I think that's great. I'm curious if that's specific to the nodes, or would that be island-wide, that there could be these bonus plans in neighborhoods or whatever, and specific to a legal non-compliant piece of property, which obviously many still survived. Could there be a bonus plan put to bring your house up to code if you got into a difficult, another storm or something like that, to say, well, look, we're gonna give you a few things if you can get your height up or whatever are the primary things that you want to be compliant. So that's the list.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Yes, sir.
My name is Dale Whitwood. I'm on Bay Beach Lane. Been coming down here since I was in junior high. One of the things I'd see if we could get done is a quality bike lane going all the way down to the square, not stopping, and then a trolley lane just for the trolleys to go all the way back and forth. Why we have an open footprint right now to get this taken care of. And I hope the Santini Plaza stays at one level and not 15 stories. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Anyone else in the second row? Third row? Anyone back there? No? Fourth row? I don't even know how many rows we got. Fourth row? News lady, you got something to say? No? All right, we'll go over here this side, first row. Yes, sir.
Dan Pletcher, Bay Beach Lane. I've been coming here since the late 70s, and Santini Plaza has always been the node for the south end, and I think that's important to keep. I don't know exactly how the plan would change that, but there were 6 or 7 restaurants there, a hardware store, clothing stores, CVS, and everything. I didn't have to go anywhere. We wouldn't have to rent a car. We could walk from Bay Beach Lane. We don't have to get into all the traffic and compound Estero Boulevard traffic, and I would not want that to change. I don't know how the node and everything, but I think you've got the perfect model there for keeping people on the south end in the south end unless they want to go to Times Square. And then the idea of better trolley system, maybe the ferry system, would help us get there without spending an hour. Whenever we come here, we always come the south end and come up because it's, the traffic's so bad on Estero. That's all I had.
Thank you, Dan. Anyone else in the front row? Yes, ma'am.
Judy Hadia. I'm a resident, property owner, business owner. I own Century 21 Tri-Power Realty and Tri-Power Vacation Rentals. You know, as long as I can remember, we've always had that struggle between residential and tourism. And it will always be there. The one thing that I notice that there seems to be really a push towards getting commercial up and running, and we're not getting to the residents and the property owners and getting this permitting process going. I heard it in Jane's frustration in the last meeting, you know, that it's always stop, hold it, we got more, you know, send it back, because we have, the rules have changed. So I think we really need to push forward and really get this process going for the residential permitting. The other thing is the accessory apartments. If you look at the tax rolls, okay, and there's a diagram of the properties, and it'll say base, which is air-conditioned space. It'll say apartment, apartment, apartment. And then that's it down in the lower part where you see appraisal. If you click on that and go down, you'll see that some do have by rights an apartment. This has been certified by the tax assessor and a property appraiser. So, you know, it's really seems like a taking when you're trying to take that away from them. They've been paying taxes on it all these years, and they need to have that right. It's been a right granted to them, and it seems to be, you know, just normal that the tax rolls would be verifiable. You know, the town or the staff doesn't want to accept the tax rolls as something that's verifiable. But, you know, if they've been paying taxes and the town has accepted the money, you know, this should be what we go by. So I think that's about it. Thanks you.
Thank you, Judy. Anyone else in the first row on this side? Second row? No one? Third? Yes, ma'am.
It's Grace. It's so nice to see you in person.
My name is Grace Workman, and I used to live on Coconut Drive. I haven't gotten back in my house yet. I just want to ask y'all to give real hard consideration on density. I know that everybody wants to give the hotels and places more rooms and all that. It seems like with less density, we'd be more exclusive. They could make more money.
Anyone else in the third row? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Sue Patton from Bay Beach Lane. I want to thank you all. It's a great forum. And I want to thank all the residents from Bay Beach Lane for showing up. It's really nice to see. So, of course, I will hear about the open space, and that's off the table, which is good, because the residents of Bay Beach Lane have invested a lot of money, and we really want to make it into a bird sanctuary. And that leads me to when you're talking about land use, and I don't see it anywhere that you don't talk about the land. You talk about the buildings on the land, but what are we going to put in the non-building area? And I think you really need to be thinking about, as this woman stated, trees, native plants. We need to bring back a lot of the greenery that we lost. And, you know, the new road is beautiful. I love it. but they took all the trees down. I mean, it looks like, cement city. So I think when you're thinking about a comprehensive plan and land use, you need to really consider 75 to 100% native plantings. Bill Veach knows all about that. He's a great leader in that. We are going to be hydro seeding because we had to dig up some areas, and we're going to be planting with native plants, not with grass, because grass is a dead zone. So I really want you to think about what do we want Fort Myers Beach to look like in regards to the green area. Thank you.
Anyone else from the third row? Fourth row? Yes, sir. You were going to be in the standing room only, but since you put your hand up.
Hello, Council. My name's Cassius Upton, born and raised on Fort Myers Beach. One of the things that I'm really nervous about is the residents are having problems getting building permits and stuff like that. Yeah, we're here talking about a comprehensive plan. Anita, you were our very first mayor. We incorporated December 31st, 1995. We became a town, part of the reason for the building we're standing in right now. We did not want to have a bunch of high-rises on this island. I know you're not on board anymore, but to council, I really would hope that you guys have a backbone and keep our comprehensive plan in place. There's a reason we became a town. There's a reason why all these people moved here. They didn't move to Clearwater. They didn't move to Miami. They moved to Fort Myers Beach because it's a small community that interacts with one another. Please don't take the money from the big boys and take care of the community that put you guys all here in the first place. Again, Cassius Upton, have a backbone, keep the comprehensive plan, don't make changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Cassius. See, Cassius, if you'd have just waited till the stand-up, that could have been a mic drop. The very back of the room, fourth row, anyone? Fifth row? Standing room only? Anybody else choose to speak during public comment? Anyone? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for allowing us all to be here and be in
What's
this
your name,
public
ma'am?
area. And my name is Bonnie Slayton, and I'm from Bay Beach Lane as well. And just being back here after the hurricane and seeing all the demolition, it's devastating, but it's also made me think about how the island might have used to have been without so much stuff, without so many places. And I'm just thinking about how can we keep this island more spacious and have more space. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Yes, sir. Come on up.
I didn't get here in time to get an agenda. I just wanted to know, is this just the planning part of it, or is there a part on the agenda about permitting, or is that what we're discussing now?
Well, you can come on up and ask any questions you want for permitting. It's not on the agenda for today as a discussion item, but it's an everyday discussion
My
item.
name's Dwayne Rife. I'm a retired attorney from Oklahoma, and I have a couple of landowners here that have asked me to speak on their behalf. And basically, the thing is we've been trying for 3 to 4 months to get permits, and permits to rebuild just a fourplex condo. And we spent a whole day in the county office in Lee County. We've been told there's no records here. We've been told that all the records that were here were destroyed, but we need to prove. We've been told that we have to prove what was existing prior to 1983, 1995, whichever date you're told. We have to prove it in order to rebuild our condos. And we can't wait 6 months. We can't wait 3 months. We need to know what to do now to get permits. And that's my question, is where do we go, what do we do, and how do we get permits to get started on these individual residents? We're losing money every day that we have to wait.
That's on our clarification towards the, on agenda item B, that's clarification in it.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Is the present plan on the internet anywhere that we can see a copy of it?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Roger Selesk. I was sitting and listening to everything today, and I was gratified by many of the things I heard. I'm a resident of Captain's Bay South, which is one of 6 associations on Islands Pines Way. And as you're well aware, we're across the street from the now devastated Wyndham. I've heard a lot about Santini. I certainly agree very much with what a loss it was to the community, but I'd also like to bring to your attention the fact that the Wyndham is devastated. We don't know what's going to happen there. Not only did we lose the Wyndham, we lost Pinchers, and we lost the Tiki Hut, and we lost a very big social community area where many nights of the week people would go for entertainment, and that is a very large loss in the south end of the island. Now, obviously, there are other alternatives, but it's a big one, particularly for the hundreds and several hundreds of people that live on Linnell and live on Island Pines Way and Albatross. So please consider in your planning what's going to happen with that very important property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roger. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Now we'll move on to item for discussion A, the comp plan. Under that, we got additional no's throughout the island, increased FAR calculation from BFE height, and comp plan inconsistencies. I think just to help narrow this down, let's get this FAR thing out of the way right away. Do we think it makes sense to change the comp plan to increase the FAR from what it currently is? Simple question. Anyone? We'll go around. We'll start down there.
I would agree with Anita, and I think the FAR is fine the way it is. I observe, I think I read that, for example, this new Margaritaville, which I referenced before, meets a FAR of about close to 1.5, so that's pretty dense. You can just look at it, so I don't know why we would go more than that.
I'm okay with keeping the FAR the way they are. Just keep in mind that as soon as we start calculating FAR in a different way, it does automatically allow for more intensity. So that's a little nuance where it's a little hard to talk about these things in isolation because one can affect the other.
Comments, but that's it.
I'm in agreement with the not changing it.
I support that as well. I just think we need to be flexible enough with special exceptions, variances, new CPDs, amendments to the comp plan, which should be rare, but there will be an occasion where we're going to have such an interesting development where they're going to provide such spectacular public benefit, or they better, and it has to be in concert with the community. These will be rare instances, but there may be a situation in parts of the island where whoever has an idea for redevelopment, they may actually be in concert through various offerings of public benefit to their neighbors, whether it be a pocket park, beach access. We're just talking about the Wyndham. The Wyndham's going to need additional units, but at the same time, everybody loves the Tiki Pinchers. They love the restaurant. They love we all live in, for those who live in condos, we want a place for them to stay while they're visiting for extra family and friends. So we've got to be flexible enough to be sensitive to these height concerns, but be flexible enough to work with the various entity in return for significant public benefit, whether again be a beach access, public park, certain transportation mitigation issues in terms of congestion. I just want to. I agree with the mayor and the chair of the LPA, but at the same time, I want to maintain some flexibility for those entities that come forward with whether it be a water ferry. I just want to give them. I want to have some flexibility. So if somebody comes forward with a really good idea that's appealing to the community, I just don't want to limit ourselves that flexibility. Should it again, it may be rare, but I just want to allow us to be flexible enough to embrace something that makes sense to the majority of the island.
Eddie, I do not think that we should change the FAR, but I do believe, as Patrick just indicated, that we need to talk about what that really means as far as where the calculation is made, and you can't just talk about these things in a vacuum, but I don't think we should change the FAR that currently exists in the comp plan.
Yeah, well, I don't need to say it again, but I think we still have to obviously have the conversation about these potential nodes and what FAR would be issued to those nodes. And I think it's important that what we're talking about here is commercial. Later on in the next agenda item, I think we'll be talking about the residential inconsistencies I think we know we have with building back duplexes that are in a duplex zone and things like that. I think we'll cover that later, but for the discussion that we're talking about now, the FER is just being related to the commercial, and we'll talk about the nodes next, but Karen?
I'm in agreement. I don't want to increase the FAR, but I'm totally in agreement with Vice Mayor Adeholt in providing exceptions, looking at each on an individual basis, something that would make our island more back to normal, but even better.
Yeah, I agree too. I don't think we should change any of the densities by right. That includes height, density, or FAR. And I just want to have a little off the subject. Just want to let everybody know, I really appreciate how many people are here. And if you came here because of the one item like the old golf course, keep coming, because this is the most important, impactful thing that this council will do, and the future of the island really depends on the input from people like you.
I wholeheartedly agree with Vice Mayor Adeholt. I still think there should be some consideration for the smaller commercial lots, and I think we're going to have that discussion later today. But whether it be with a FAR percentage maybe increase or a little bit of density, there's over 25 small commercial lots on this island, and I just don't want to see those empty or being gobbled up by one person.
I concur with what has been said about maintaining the current FAR.
Eddie, could we be any more clear on that?
Well, it depends on...
No, we're going to get into more, but I'm just, that part of it.
Actually, it's clear as mud. What you'll hear me and maybe the consultants say throughout this entire process, the devil's in the details. Because if you say, the majority were saying we don't want to increase our FAR, as a general rule, legally, that becomes the ceiling. Unless you say, given you have enough space, enough land to provide for certain things, as mentioned by the Vice Mayor and by Councilmember Woodson, about additional things that you get potential bonuses, but at some point in time you have to say, well, what's the max FAR you're going to be able to increase using those bonuses, because you have to have that ceiling. That's the purpose of establishing what the FAR and in the comprehensive plan. You start getting into very dangerous territory from a legal perspective when you start saying the FAR is 1.5, but except for here, 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 and here, if they do this, yes, you can do some of that, but you have to be, again, the devil are in the details. One question was answered. I'll just say, yes, we do legally have to have a comprehensive plan by state law. There used to be a more stricter requirement that you had to do updates every so often. It's been liberalized, but we're going through that process. That's why we are. It just so happens, pure coincidence, that the process had been started before Hurricane Ian. It's been magnified as a result of Hurricane Ian. And then last but not least, to the point, and it may get to, I'll just try and answer it now, we had this prior conversation that in of itself, don't kill the messenger, It's just the message. There's case law out there that says just because it's on the tax rolls is insufficient as a matter of law to qualify as evidence of an existing unit.
We'll bark up that tree a little
Yeah,
bit
I
later,
know.
but let's focus on what you just said. I think everybody understands that what's in the comprehensive plan now is the ceiling. Achieving that ceiling, it's very difficult to do right now. And I think we'll have discussions on how it makes that more attainable potentially to get to that ceiling. But I don't think anyone up here believes that just by keeping the FAR where it's at, that other things may not have to change to be able to make it an achievable goal. But I think the message was sent pretty clear that there's no need to move the high jump bar that nobody can jump over already.
And how you calculate it also, as Patrick, Mr. Venice said, is clearly also something like that. Some jurisdictions go out to the middle of the right-of-way, and you can add that space in for purposes of calculating your FAR. I think right now the current regulations are just the property line. So there's different ways to skin that cat, and we'll get into those details with the consultant. But certainly Eddie and staff are in a better position to talk about the nuances of FAR and how you can set that ceiling and still have some flexibility.
What do you got, Eddie?
All right. Not to belabor the point, it's just we'll work with you on this. But I would note that it's a little self-contradictory if you put a cap in a certain way and then you ask for bonuses on top of that cap. We'll see how we can work with that, because maybe some portions where you may not be able to achieve that down the line because you don't have something to trade off with.
Yeah.
But I think that we don't need to cross that bridge right now. But what we would need more clarity on is, and I mentioned to the LPA, and mentioned it here, is what are the priorities? Is it, we heard open space earlier, so you might, write certain policy in the comprehensive plan regarding open space, regarding greenery, so that you can kind of have that justification with your land development code. But the bonuses have to have some sort of priority to what you're trying to achieve, so that we, even to Council Member Veach's point about having a point system, you need to know what you're prioritizing before you have that.
Eddie, can I just interrupt
yeah.
you? Sorry, I'm concerned. We just had a joint LPA council meeting where everybody discussed their priorities. I know you weren't here, but did you go back and watch that?
I think we got the answer.
Okay.
Right, but the beat acted the park stuff, but there was no point system attributed to that, right? So you didn't weight it on that on the point system?
So when we were talking about what you specifically wanted, it wasn't clear whether you wanted a point system or you wanted just flexibility in the like when they come forward and ask for additional floor area ratio that.
That's a fair point.
Mhm.
But we were told by the attorney that at a minimum to set forth goals, and then we discussed all these priorities.
Yes.
I'm a little concerned that the consultant didn't even watch that. That seems odd to me. I'm just saying, but the point system, it seemed like there were a couple people talked about it, but for the most part, I think we established that we wanted to have some goals for public benefit.
Mhm.
I think a lot of that was discussed at that meeting. I'm just concerned that the consultant is not engaged in that.
No, we had a meeting the following day, and we had we had a long discussion about what the council and the LPA was interested in seeing. What we didn't talk about is how to implement that. If you wanted to have a point system, or if you just wanted to have it as an open option for negotiations.
Correct,
So I think
because
that's
there were
more
two
detail.
things that were presented
Yeah.
to us. One was like a chart, and the other was dialogue. It was more of a verbal, or not a verbal, but a written description of what those categories were. I went away from the chart because I'm not a number person. I went more for it's very important to me that we have native plantings and shade trees on Fort Myers Beach.
Right.
And I'd like to encourage that. But maybe the more objective way to do that, Eddie, is through a chart. I don't know. I'd be open to your suggestion on that. But I think to directly answer your question, so we can just get you off go here, there was the discussion, Vice Mayor Adderholt will always bring up walkovers because of traffic, walkovers when new development occurs.
Got to be careful with the word walkovers. This is a pedestrian walkover.
Whatever. Somebody's going to take their dog for sure, or their emu. I don't know. Oh, not a dune. Oh no. Oh, why'd you say that? Oh. Okay, so pedestrian walkovers, alternative transportation via our waterways. There, obviously, I think that open space is a huge element for us.
View corridors?
I'm sorry?
View corridors?
View corridors,
I
open
think-
space.
Eddie, I think
Corridors,
what- yeah.
pocket parks. We talked about people yielding right away in front of their property on a stereo so we can increase the size of or the width of the sidewalk and the bike lanes. We had a whole list of things, Eddie. You got to go back and watch these meetings.
I think Eddie.
But what I'm less concerned about the list and more concerned about the direction on chart versus not a chart and sorry, Mayor.
No, that's okay. I think
that's where I
general just direction was not a lot of people like the point system because it's hard to put a point on one specific item, whereas a category, vegetation,
Right.
traffic flow,
Okay.
view corridors, things like that are things. What's important now, post hurricane, may not be important 10 years from now or 15 years from now, and something that may get developed.
Okay.
It may be that the first developer comes in and says, "I'm going to do all the vegetation down Estero Boulevard." I don't know. The next one may come in and say they want to do this. Those things will change. So I think to just create a point system for specific items seems a little difficult because those items are going to consistently change. But if you have a 5, 10, 15
Right.
categories of things that would fall within there
Right.
that are important, and if it's important to rate those as to what's highest, we can do that. And those can change through the land development code, but it's not setting a specific thing. These are what are important. These are the categories that are important.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to get at because there's a difference between just having a whole list versus having a highly prioritized list in a certain format that would affect how we would write things a certain way.
I think the mayor makes the key point in that there are certain things that developments on the bay can do that developments on the Gulf side can't do. There's certain things that developments on Estero Boulevard can do that developments that off Estero could do. So you can't, I don't want to box these folks into a point system because everybody has will have different approaches, different ideas, different strengths. We can prioritize all these different ideas, but depending on where the redevelopment occurs, it limits their flexibility in terms of what they can offer in terms of public benefit. So that's what we're trying to wrestle with.
And I would just kind of, one thing about the point system that I like, and unlike Anita, I am a numbers guy, is that the point system, a detailed point system would set up expectations. And it doesn't mean that you still can't negotiate with somebody if they can't fit into the point system. It just lets the developers know what they get for a beach access or for a public dock or some other bit of public benefit. So it just kind of puts it out there. Now, if they decide that they need more or they don't have, like you said, they can't give a beach access because they're not on the beach, then they can still come in and have the discussion.
Can I translate that visually? So if you had, for me, my number one public benefit is public space. So anytime that public space can be created for this community where, as my buddy back there, Mr. Upton said, I mean, it was in large part what we talked about at our incorporation. How does this community, do we have space to live in amidst everything else? So if you had a chart that said public space and it was scaled 1 to 10 points, and maybe the developer said the public space I'm going to give is an 8-foot easement through my development for beach access. Well, maybe we give that 8 points. So is that how that would work? So, or maybe they said it's not a public easement, it's 2 parking spaces. Do we give that 2 points? I mean, how does that work? I just don't get that.
Well, one example that we used that I've written before was it's in effect right now. Involve putting specific points for, we had to get in a category of transportation, but that's really broad, right? So we know we want to include transportation, but in order to do a system like that, we have to go down in the weeds. So in order to put in something like that, I'd be like, okay, mixed use path, a certain amount of points, trees, certain amount of points, ADA would require, so we didn't have that, but if you had other enhancements, specific enhancement, not categories of enhancement, specific enhancement. That's how those programs are built. And then we had a specific point based on how you prioritize those specific aspects. And then you provide that, say you provide 2 items, and it's 6 points. And on the other side of the chart, it's what you're willing to give. What I got more out of the conversation in the past has been what we really want. But what we really don't have a thumbnail to complete the picture. It's not only the nitty-gritty in terms of prioritization from a point standpoint, but what we're willing to. The other side of it's a balance scale, right? What's the other side?
Well, that leads me to this point system thing. So 1 tree gets 1 point, 2 trees get 2 points. Where then do you set? And if you say they go with this point system.
Mm-hmm.
What's the number to say, if I put 10 trees in, I get an extra story? Or if I do 10 trees and a rock and a turtle statue, I get 4 stories? Right. I mean, where do... Well, no, I'm just trying to get to the... I'm just trying to understand what the end goal is. If that gets memorialized in a comp plan, then the next council is stuck with it, and the council after that is stuck with it, and they have to go through it again. I'm just trying to see how can we get to what you're saying, and I think some of the people that are in favor of the point system are saying, how can we congeal the 2 things together without being so granular that you have to have a specific point?
If I can just maybe make 2 suggestions. First on the FAR, going back to the FAR, because I don't think we've concluded that discussion.
Of course not.
So maybe as a suggestion, if we all agree that what we have in the comp plan is an upper limit, and we understand that, and I think our consultant is telling us, well, maybe you want to consider something a little different to create a little leeway for yourself. I've heard Jim, I've heard Karen talk about maybe having that leeway and those incentives. So one of the things that I would suggest is, what about we keep our FAR exactly the way it is today? Okay, and you have to understand, in certain areas, we do have a base FAR and a maximum FAR. So that already kind of exists. But the leeway could be, and I've been discussing with a lot of people in the development community. I haven't had projects that have told me that with the current FAR, we can't build what we want. But I think if we wanted to allow ourselves a little wiggle room, is maybe we use this ability to count the FAR from BFE. So that would
Base flood.
Base flood elevation. So basically, if you put parking underneath and you're not using it for either habitable space or for commercial retail, then it's not a given, but you can ask for that through a zoning process, and you could possibly exceed today's FAR with just the way it's calculated. So it's optional. It has to go before council for any kind of approval, but it gives him clear direction as to what he can do today and how he can modify things. And overall, we're not exceeding what we currently have.
I'm open to that.
Back and try to work with it, and then come back to you as we need more direction, because the other side of the scale is what I'm really wrestling with. Not as much as what you want, as much as you're giving in the other side.
Now, just
if
a
that
point,
makes sense.
Yeah, not just a kind of important clarification. If you come up with a point system, do the details of that point system have to be in the comp plan, or is that something that's in the LDC that can be modified as the situation changes and we learn more?
I would say you can have a point system or an incentive program that you discuss in a policy. The details are in the LDC. And I think from what I've heard a lot of people on this panel say is, I think the point system is people don't want to see of if you do this, you'll get X amount of density or X amount of intensity. They don't want that direct correlation between the point and what you get, because now it becomes a given that you'll get it. So I think the point system, the idea is if we go to a point system, we can have broad categories of high priority items, medium priority, low priority items. We weigh them a little differently because we don't want someone to come in and say, oh, I'll give you a bike rack. I'll plant a tree. I'll give you a turtle statue. And now I want the maximum. You know, I think we need to identify what we value the most and create some kind of clear system as to what that is, but it can't be a one-for-one of I do this, therefore I get that many more units, or I do this and I get more square footage.
I think that's the best way to, I think what you're saying, and I think we're trying to say the same thing. If you want to attach a point system to something, at least in my mind, a category, like transportation we'll say, is of highest priority to this council. Vegetation is second highest. However you want to rank them, and whatever fits within that category, it doesn't then assign, if you do this, you get that. But these are the things that we're most open to allowing fluctuations to what you're allowed. I think that to me makes more sense than specific points to specific things, because it does then, I think, generate exactly what you said, Patrick. It creates a, well, if I give you this, then I should get that in return. And I think that takes away exactly what, at our last meeting, I think we all discussed.
I would just, you know, I'm going to push onto the other side of this is that, you know, the idea of, I'm not talking about creating a point system. You say you plant a tree, you get a floor. Something that's fairly restrictive and comparable. So something that's expensive and hard to acquire, like workforce housing, it may be needed in order to get significant densities. But it also, and this is where the work will be done by the committee and by the council, is to actually hash out what's important and what we think that's worth to us, because it sets expectations. I've seen in personal conversations, some, you know, in Fort Lauderdale, their formula is, if you want an additional housing unit, you have to give a workforce housing unit, 1-for-1, up to 25% additional density. You talk to some people and they think, oh, I want 100 of the units and I'll give you, you know, one workforce housing unit. So it sets some expectations about what they're worth going forward. Now, there's nothing to say that they're carved in stone. They can be, the numbers can be changed if they don't work, and if they're too tight, if the bonuses are too expensive, then we can always reduce them, or there's flexibility with the usual permitting process.
I think one thing you have to consider, though, is I think a point system actually encourages bigger development, because the bigger guys can obtain those things. I can't provide a beach access. I mean, so if you pigeonhole yourself into this point system, you got to realize that for the little guy, it's going to be cost prohibitive, and that you're actually giving an advantage to the bigger developers.
Yeah, I think to Scott's point, it not only can the small folks not achieve it because of scale, but you've also got location, and I've mentioned this before. The folks developing on the Bay are going to have different opportunities to offer public benefit than the folks on Estero Boulevard on the Gulf side. And the bigger folks on the Gulf side with more land are going to have more flexibility and opportunity for offering. So I think the concept of setting priorities and goals in terms of what our wishes are for public benefit, and then we don't have to necessarily rank them against each other. I think just giving a redeveloper some idea of what we'd consider substantial public benefit, and we've talked about them at length here in this joint body in the past, and we've gotten some great ideas today from the public. I just think, again, you've got to realize that what the Wyndham can offer is a lot different than what Moss Marine can offer, and so you don't want to disadvantage anyone based upon our system that's not sensitive to where they are geographically on the island.
I also think we have to be cautious that if we adopt a point system, we don't create a situation where it becomes an entitlement, where a developer can actually come in and say, well, I meet A, B, C, and D, and we may not care what A, B, C, and D is, but he meets the box, and now he gets extra density, or he gets another story, so that a point system, you don't want to paint yourself into it that you create a situation where you lose some flexibility.
Karen, you want to say something about this? I know you do. You're chomping at the bit. I can see it.
Okay, I am not the numbers person like Anita, and to assign points for anything just drives me insane. I mean, I'd much rather have the categories with all the things underlying in the categories and be able to combine, pick and choose, take two separate categories, whatever it may be, but not to get so wrapped up in, okay, I got 5 points, so what does that give me on, does that give me another floor? Does that give me more parking spaces? Does that mean that I can rebuild my first floor? I mean, we have to use some common sense in this and prioritize what we want as a community and an island before we just start randomly throwing points. You know, I agree with Scott. I mean, we have to, I look at this list, and I know we're going to talk about it later, but I mean, these are people and companies and that were built as part of this community. They're ingrained in this community. This should be first priority in my mind. So whatever we need to do to stay more flexible is where I want to be.
Councilor King, you got something you'd like to add?
Thank you. I'm not much, like others. I'm not much of a numbers person, so I appreciate the flexibility. I think that's what works best in negotiations, and it gives us a stronger hand without showing what we have already. So I guess that's it.
Eddie, I think you've gotten some direction on that. So before we move off this, we're going to stay in the same, but I'm trying to go through each bullet point.
Have you really gotten direction? Because I'm looking at your face and I don't see clarity. I really don't mean that as an insult. I don't want you to leave here today and not be. So if there's a direct question to ask us, because I'm seeing puzzled.
I have to work through some of it.
Because it's jumbly. It's very jumbly. It's mixed with a lot of emotions for us right now.
It is, because we want to have flexibility and yet predictability at the same time.
I know.
Which are two very juxtaposed concepts. So what I have to do is go back, work with staff, see how we find a balancing point, whether it's a categorical system or a point system, and come back with some thought and processes for the council to consider, giving you the pros and cons so that you can make the policy decision that you feel is best for the community. What is also important to me that I'm not necessarily entirely getting here is I've been getting a lot of all your wants all along, so I've been processing that, but I still am struggling, and I have to work with staff and go back to records and maybe fall discussion for us down the line on what you're willing to give. As I said earlier, it is a balancing act about you're providing bonuses, but what is the bonus you're willing to provide in exchange for what you want? We heard a lot about the want. We really haven't heard a lot about the gift, and that's why I look a little bit puzzled.
Well, I don't think we've gotten to that point yet. We're going to touch on it before we leave this room. I think we were starting on wants, and then we'll get to what you're willing to give up should you get the wants that you want. I think we'll get to that point as far as heights and things like that. But because as you guys have said earlier, it's not just one thing at a time. But if you try to attack them all at one time, most people are going to glaze over, not understand what you're saying, feel more confused than when they came in this room. So I found it best to talk about one thing, then it leads to the next, then to the next, and then you get to see the overall picture when you come back and put it all in one context.
What I was going to say earlier, and I started to censor myself on it, was I'm trying to think of this as a menu. If I go in and order something and it comes with chips, but I don't want chips, what other options do I have? What does that cost me? I don't know if that helps.
At the point system all the way.
But I just, as kind of on that same thing you just said, Councilor King, is that, but when you go in and order your food, there's a price. There's a cost on the menu. So you know when you're ordering, if you want chips, what you're going to pay for them. And that's the idea of a point system, is letting you know what that's valued. There's nothing random about it. We come up with a point system, we have to talk about it, and that's where our priorities is or would be enumerated. But I hear everybody else speaking, and I'm sound like the only one who was advocating a point system. So,
And that, I think, is what I was trying to get at, is the majority of the people sitting up here at this table in favor of a point system or in favor of a more broad scope of category. This category is most important to us. So you're still doing a point system, but it's essentially for a category of things that fit within that category, as opposed to a specific menu item.
Light bulb.
Bit of clarity. Thank you,
And
Mayor.
just maybe help you out, Eddie, and also to give a little context for everybody, you know, we've hired Eddie with a specific scope and a specific budget, and I'm sure right now Eddie's trying to absorb as much as he can within that limited time and scope, and still go back to the owners of his company and say he can make a profit, hopefully, on this project, which, as we could tell, he probably tossed that out the window already. But he's going to rely on our staff a lot for some of the details, because again, you know, you're looking at comprehensive level issues, and then the nitty gritty he may not know. But Eddie, when you're saying what do people get in return for what they give, we have a system right now in our LDC that allows people, there's a clause under the density conversion table that you can ask for more density or units through exceptional circumstances. And basically, through that clause is how pretty much anybody can come in and ask for more. So there's that opportunity through the public hearing process. And then same thing with height. Right now, the LDC does allow you to come in and ask for more height through that zoning process. The comp plan gives general direction guidelines on that, but the LDC does allow for more.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's move on to one of the next ones, the BFE, base flood elevation. You kind of started on it already, Patrick, as far as you would be in favor of changing calculations from the base flood elevation and up. And I may be on the other side of that spectrum as for now, is if you are going to allow bonuses for extra height that you can come in and ask for, instead of getting 3 stories, you could get 4 stories. If you do one of these things that fall in this categories that we've been talking about, is there a need to change from sea level to base flood elevation? Because if you change it, in my mind, if you change it to start at base flood elevation, you're automatically giving them an extra story. Because now you've just raised it, the first floor essentially, for them. So how do we get to that mechanism? In my mind, it would make more sense to get to a mechanism that we can change maybe some whatever the heights are through the land development code to allow you to potentially get that if you give that. And you're not just giving up that first floor in the calculations of the FAR just arbitrarily. I'll start with that, and we'll start on this side this time. We'll go this way. I'd like to hear what you had to say.
I concur with you, Mayor. I think what I've heard through the last couple of meetings is flexibility. And giving away something as a matter of right, when you can use that benefit in negotiations, I think gives the council more flexibility to end up with a better product.
James, just so it's a clear question that I'm asking, would you be okay then through other ways in the land development code of adjusting what the minimum is now or maximum is now for the height, allowing for that potential to go higher if you can meet whatever these are? And again, we're talking about we're not talking about small mom and pops. That's going to be on our discussion here, but I'm talking just in general.
And the answer is yes, because that goes to the heart of flexibility.
What about allowing the smaller lots to start at base flood? Everybody else has to That may be open up a huge can of worms. I don't know, but
And I think we'll discuss that when we get there, but I'm talking about just in general. But I think the reason that the smaller lots, non-conforming lots are on here, is so we could try to figure out a way to get those encompassed to be able to save the people that have invested here and have been here. So I think we'll have that discussion and we'll get to that, but I'm thinking just in general, broader scale of what we're working under right now in changing everything globally or keeping it the way it is and allowing flexibility to potentially go more if you need an extra floor or you need an extra foot this way or something. I didn't hear what you had, if you were in favor.
I'm still thinking if you've got an open parking lot, that, you know, I still think you should get some benefit of the doubt with start with your base flood up. Now I know you're basically giving them a floor, but we're encouraging redevelopment, and it'll speed things up. So if it's a covered parking where there's no view corridor, it's just a box, then I think it should be counted. But if it's open parking, just as Bill had brought up to begin with, that's a benefit. Right there, it's a benefit.
And I would, I think that with some kind of, it's not quite as a simple a thing, but like if it's open and there's a benefit there, I think that should be maybe not counted. And I also think that having this additional bonus FAR from this calculation doesn't necessarily mean more density, because you could give Scott here an FAR of 10 and he's not going to be able to use that. So there's not a lot of instances where that's going to make or break, I think, a development, whether or not they're using the ground floor or not, because of height, because of setbacks, because of footprints, that kind of thing.
So now I'm betwixt and between, because I was going to say keep things the same and allow for that flexibility, but I also like that whole open concept thought process and moving up. And I think there's certain areas that you do it in. You do it in your most congested areas like Times Square, or in the whole downtown district kind of thing, where people are looking for, maybe not, they are looking for more density, but how we give it to them is the flexibility part. It doesn't have to be in that final calculation.
I'll give you a visual. So everybody here has gone to Publix. You leave the Publix parking lot. What's the name of that? The condo right across the street.
Right across the street.
No. Yeah. So you actually can see the Gulf of Mexico because they've got their parking lots open. Whereas other buildings you walk by, it's like you're in a canyon. So I think that's a huge benefit.
And I certainly don't disagree, but I guess my argument is, then do you change it across the board, or do you make that one of those priority things? That if you keep the ground floor open for parking and that view corridor open, that's a high priority category, as opposed to, I'm just opposed to...
And there's your flexibility.
I'm just opposed to changing it across the board, that we're going to start calculations at base flood elevation.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with you, and I don't disagree with Bill, and I don't disagree with Karen. I'm just saying I don't think it makes sense to change it just across the board. But it's one of those things that we would consider if you do one of the category prioritizing.
So I think Ed said something critical. Flexibility does not create predictability. It doesn't create security. It leaves everything, the flexibility that we're talking about here creates uncertainty. Well, if the council's going to be flexible, what does that mean? And so unless that flexibility is really outlined and charted, I'm afraid, I think the flexibility doesn't, might do the opposite of what you're hoping to achieve. Because what I'm hearing from folks, is Lori Albion still in the room? Yep, she is. So what I'm hearing from people right now is that they need to know. They need to know what we expect. Not give me a range, because give me a range is a lot of money. So I believe right now, I think it's important to be clear on this. Dan, I like your idea that this could be a Eddie, what are we going to give? Your base floor, your flood is, or your density is calculated at base flood. That's a give. That's a huge give for some properties. Sarah, I had a question. What's the rule? There's something in our code about 6 feet. If something is 6 feet or less, do you know what I'm talking about? I mean, not that anything is 6 feet or less. A car is, but
So it says that, I just had it on my computer because I was looking at that language. It has to do with where your first story starts. And one of the things that you'd spoken about earlier was height of the building. And height of the building is actually measured from BFE.
Mhm.
So that first floor, I think, the first floor below flood is counted, but the height isn't counted. And that's what the 6 feet has to do with.
Okay.
I can look that up specifically and
just
tell you
even more
exactly.
confusing.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's kind of strange. FAR counts,
So
floor
height
counts,
is
but
counted-
height starts
base
at
flood
BFE.
height, right.
Yep. Well, BFE plus 1, depending.
And this is where it ties back into that FAR. The circle goes back around.
Yeah.
Anita, I think what I'm trying to get at here is what's allowed. If we're willing from base flood elevation, we don't have to. You know what? I'm just going to wait. I've got my thoughts written down, but I have a feeling I'm going to have more, so I'll just wait.
On this particular point, Mr. Mayor, I know exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you 100%, and I don't know that it's mutually exclusive to what Scott just said. I think it can, instead of giving a blanket authorization, why wouldn't we keep that as a negotiating tool and then utilize that in the negotiations? I see a lot of this only for entities that are coming in for a variance, special exception, CPD, or amendment to the comp plan. I don't see this there are a lot of people that it won't have to come to us because they'll be able to build within the confines of the current comp plan and land development code. So I see the mayor, I think, is trying to say, why should we unilaterally surrender these negotiating items and instead lay out a set of priorities so that what we're looking for and what we're trying to accomplish. I think it's a noble goal to leave these open to have that view corridor, but that should just be one of many that we're considering as we negotiate with potential developers.
And I think you touched on it. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that you can only go so high over base flood elevation right now, but the FAR is calculated within the ground floor level. If they can make that FAR work, if they get an extra story above what we'd say allow 30 feet, for instance, but you could go to 40 feet, we'll let you do that. We'll let your calculation for your FAR go up and get you that extra level. But then one of these top priorities, depending on where you're at, would then come into play to allow that exception to be able to do that. Does that make sense? John's going to tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, John Heron, town attorney. No, you're not. And I think that everything that everyone said has merit, but I'm going to say it again, the devil's in the details. And we have to be careful with some of the things that we're talking about. There are some limitations that the court and the Florida legislature have imposed upon all local governments when it comes to negotiating certain aspects and of a development approval and granting bonuses. Eddie touched upon this earlier in his comments. There has to be a rational nexus, a connection between what is being asked of the developer to provide and then get and be entitled to bonuses to offset the impacts of that project on the community. And so everything that's being discussed here has merit. and we're in the process, and we will continue to bring these items back to you collectively as staff, consultants, and legal as we start putting more pen to paper for you all to look at. But certain things that we do and we bring back to you based upon the comments that you provided so far, there's going to be certain limitations, and we'll explain those as we go along, as we are here today, based upon the case law, based upon restrictions that the legislature has already imposed upon local governments, and the physical characteristics of Fort Myers Beach that make this a unique community. And all that goes into the pot, and all gets started, and hopefully, we come out with a product that everyone may not be 100% happy with, but that works for this community based upon the input of the consultants, the input of the community, and the input of the LPA and the town council, which all have their parts and are very important. And we're here to listen, but I also would not be doing my job if I didn't say there are certain limitations as we go along through this process.
John, let me ask you a quick
Yes, sir.
scenario. The word may comes up a lot in our comp plan and land development code. If you were to word what we've been talking about, just as just an example, say 30 feet, we'll use that above base flood elevation. You may go to 40 feet or 50 feet if you provide two of the top five, something from two of the top five categories. It's still open-ended. It still gives a developer or homeowner, if it's going residential, when we get to that, we'll talk about that. But it still gives at least a understanding of what's going to be required should you want to go to 40 feet or 50 feet. And I'm just using numbers, round numbers. But is that something that could be done fairly simple? One, to help with litigation purposes, I think what you've talked on, and two, give some sort of direction, but still keep the negotiation factor for this council, current councils down the road.
Yes, sir. We can. And that, again, is part of the details that have to be worked through to ultimately, give a comfort level to all those involved in the process, provide the flexibility, but at the same time provide some objective criteria and certainty to the process that will then insulate as best as possible from legal challenges and disputes regarding some of these things that we're trying to accomplish. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, the one thing, you do have to put in some criteria, some objective components to this process. It can't all be discretionary and without guidance, because that's when we start getting into trouble from the legal perspective of not having some guidelines to govern the process.
So then, as an example, if two people came with a similar request, right, and you gave Jack an extra floor for a tree, and you made Jill give a beach access for an extra floor, does that get you in some kind of jeopardy if you're treating these incentives inconsistently?
Well, the goal is not to treat them differently. If they're there, then you apply them equally to everyone.
But John,
now there may be some peculiar aspects of a particular piece of property that provide for more flexibility and an application of that criteria. But as generally, you're trying to apply the criteria evenly across the board to all who come before you. That's ultimately the goal.
But I mean, that's the goal, but the reality, this is not a math equation. If we look at the Margarita negotiation, they're providing the town a parking lot, a beach access, a piece of land. That's going to be different every time demonstrably. So we have to have some flexibility to have these negotiations, right?
And there are, and they're built in, but it's not a free-for-all every time. You still, even with Margaritaville, and in fact, that was part of the reason why there was, or not part of the subsequent litigation was that there weren't guidelines to assist the town in determining what were the appropriate conditions and the give and take, and we prevailed.
I was going to say, you prevailed
yeah, we
pretty
did,
demonstrably.
but it was, the idea is to create those rules in such a way that it minimizes the risk to all involved. Can it be improved? Hopefully we can.
I think that we need to eliminate the word negotiate from our conversations, because that negotiating is the slippery slope. We need to have criteria. And
that is, again, the goal is to make sure that the regulations, the comprehensive plan and the land development code have sufficient criteria to guide this council and future councils in a manner that, again, and it's devil's in the details, provides the flexibility as well as the certainty at the same time, and that's always a tough task, and we're here to help the community work through this.
Going around the table, and we'll move on.
My head hurts, and I find myself wanting to go sit by my new best friend, Jack Daniels. But I'm gonna go to try and be consistent with who I am and my values, and I need the flexibility. So I agree with you, Mr. Mayor.
Jane?
I agree that every application should be looked at individually based on size, location, needs, and what they can offer. And so I don't think we're going to put ourselves in a box of you do this and you get whatever you want. But I think we also need to take into consideration when we're talking about if you keep the bottom open, there's a possibility of going up a floor based on that, because, you've got the, Handicap Act, you've got to have an elevator, you have to have an entry for security, we may have to come up with a minimum square footage or a maximum square footage for a lobby for buildings to be able to function through, because if you have, more than, any floors going up, there, condominiums and things like that, or hotels, will be required to have an elevator. So we have to keep that in our plan so that we're not boxing people out of being able to do things just because we didn't think about the elevator or having a secured entrance. Otherwise, I'm in agreement that the idea of offering opportunities to get other things from that is a good idea.
Not making this an entitlement, not making it by right. One thing that I think the attorney and our consultant was trying to tell us is we need an upper limit, though, folks. Comp plan has to have an upper limit. It can't just be they come in, they ask for it, we can consider it. There's got to be an upper threshold. Right now, the FAR is that limit, because you can ask for more density through the land development code, and you can ask for more height through the land development code. So our upper limit, our cap, is our FAR.
And
we need to be clear on that.
I think once we're finished with this, that's going to lead right into the next bullet point of the inconsistencies, and that was going to be something I was going to touch on as soon as we're done with this.
So, but I think what I've heard is if we did FAR stays the same with the caveat, so FAR shall be this much with the ability, when providing some kind of public benefit, that you can get an additional boost to your FAR by not calculating the ground level if you put parking or something like that. That's something that could still be seen as an upper limit with some flexibility.
Yeah, so my thoughts are similar to other people's, but the FAR, we saw the exhibits. You want view corridors or you want setbacks, and to me, whether there's parking below a building or not, it still impedes your view. If the cars are parked, you're not going to be able to see through it. And you have columns, and you have elevator shafts, and you have other utilities and other things. So I think it could be certainly looked at on an individual basis, like Patrick said, but to me, just because the parking area is not enclosed by blocks or something or breakaway walls doesn't necessarily make it at the same quality of view as a view between buildings, unobstructed other than with landscaping, because there's a lot of stuff under a building, no matter what. Not the least of which is the cars that are parked there in the first place.
All right, I have a bullet point of I think what we summarize here. So the comp plan inconsistencies, for me, going back to what you were saying, we've got the cap. I think we've agreed that the cap at the FAR that's currently the comp plan is the direction, which, as you said, Patrick, could be that upper limit. I think the inconsistency that we're running into, and that you and I think have spoken to before, is even if you can go to the top of that FAR, whether it's 5 stories, 6 stories, 10 stories, whatever that is, to get you to the max that you're allowed within the zoning district that you're in, doesn't matter if you can only put 6 units in it or 8 units in it. Because if you're going to have 10 stories, you're not going to have 1 unit per story, right? So that's a big inconsistency, I think, that we have to try to figure out. Again, we're just speaking commercially. We'll deal with residential on the next one, but I'm going to hold my comments on it until I hear from everyone else. But
You know, that particular item on the agenda, Jason, that item on the agenda was the list that you wanted to bring up. When you said at the last meeting there are some inconsistencies, and we said, will you bring a list? Do you remember that?
I think that was more for residential, though. Maybe that needs to be moved down.
It could be, but it was a list he was going to bring forward. Yeah.
Maybe I should have just called you and asked you.
Oh, why bother? Maybe he doesn't have the list.
Right.
We could skip it all together.
Ends there. So with everything else that we've been preparing, I have a few off the top of my head, but I think we need just a little bit more time to establish some actual documentation about it. I do have something for you, and I will bring them to you. Just right now, I think we need to get through what else is on our plate right at the second. But I will bring something to you. I promise that.
Thanks.
So I guess that
was that agenda item.
got it. Okay, so we'll put that on a different agenda item. The only other one left here is the nodes. I guess we need to give them some consensus on these nodes. One, if we're in favor of them. I think we've already kind of touched on some that need to be shrunk down. For me, I think people are in favor of the nodes because if you look at the comp plan, and as you and I have discussed several times, it promotes walkability, it promotes bikeability, it promotes spreading people out. Without having these commercial nodes throughout the island, you don't have that. You aren't meeting what the comp plan originally set out to do. So for me, the question would be, how do these nodes get established with that FAR, with that density, with all of that? Which bucket do they go into essentially? How do you dictate that? And I guess that's, to me, what I think the conversation is kind of about here. But you put this agenda together. I'd like to hear from you, Madam Chair.
Well, in adding that to the agenda, it was specifically the limits of the areas and removing the residential sections, as it was also indicated, removing the institutional properties of the Women's Club and the mosquito control, and it wasn't necessarily a discussion of the FAR, but that's because I think you kind of touched on it already. Were you clear on the nodes? Eddie? Nod. Yes? Okay.
Patrick?
The caveat that I would have to our discussion today about the nodes is Councilman Veach brought up this idea of maybe creating a separation between the nodes. And I'm trying to envision, and I'm trying to remember everything that's right there at the intersection between our downtown node and our Civic Coconut Village RV park. And I don't think that necessarily nodes have to be separated. You know, if we call them nodes, yeah, it kind of makes sense. But if you call them sub-districts, then why can't two sub-districts be right next to each other? They can have different regulations and promote different things. So I don't have a problem with those two areas being abutting each other. Obviously, we have the consultant has put together a different vision for the Civic Coconut Village and the downtown. And I think the idea is to let's not confuse them, but I don't think we necessarily have to create a gap. That's what I'm trying to say.
Informational question for Sarah, since you've got a pretty good familiarity with our island. Did I see, what's that? Is Sarah here? Oh, well, maybe Eddie knows. Somebody, oh yeah. I noticed the Santini Plaza or Santini Village node, and I just wanted to be clear on that map. Did I see both the Wyndham and the Outrigger inside that node? I thought I saw that. I just want to confirm that. I just want to formally make sure, especially if we're going to be discussing FAR for these nodes.
Outriggers in the theater, Jim.
So they're each one is though in a particular node though, maybe separate nodes or different nodes, but
Separate nodes.
But each one's planted in a node, I guess is my question.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. And then obviously Moss Marine is not in the Times Square district, but we're now talking about creating its own marina district or classification, right? Is that what we're talking about, Eddie? I just want to make sure we don't, because we have to live in the reality, and we know there's activity at Moss Marine. We know there's activity, potential activity at Outrigger and Wyndham. And one of the other things that's not mentioned here because they've not formally come forward, but there's a lot of discussion about activity at the Beach Baptist Church property. That's 3 acres. And I want to make sure that if they're not in a node, are they precluded from doing interesting things? I guess that's a sort of a general question because they've not really publicly yet come forward with their plan of attack, but they're going to have a very interesting plan. But nonetheless, I just want to make sure if they're not in a node, are they somehow disadvantaged or discriminated against?
Well, Ed comes up. Somebody asked about Santini Plaza, and does that mean that Santini Plaza gets torn down or whatever? And none of this indicates that.
Oh, the short answer is no. The reason behind that is that that property can always come for a land use amendment. Mr. Herron noted earlier process for small scale amendments. Without that amendment, though, you would just have to compare what they're proposing in their site plan versus what you have in your existing regulation. For the most part, other than outside the node, we really aren't touching like much of anything. So it would be exactly what would be allowed now.
So Patrick, since you have a pretty good idea of this island, could you answer that question? Would an entity outside the node be disadvantaged if they're not in a node, particularly if they want to change their approach?
What I think the nodes help with is, again, going back to predictability, also allowing the public to know what we're thinking of. Because, yes, every project's going to come before you one at a time. You're going to evaluate that project based on the merits. But if you know it's an area that you'd like to see mixed use, I think you want to do it up front. You want to let the public know that, yes, we will consider mixed use in this area. And when they come in, and you'll have some people for it, some people against it. But at least you can point to the fact that we envision that area as mixed use, and we are open to redevelopment here.
Okay, thank you.
Did you still have that question for Sarah?
Mature. I just wanted to just put it all on the table. So, but I think that's helpful. I'm fine. Thank you, Dan.
Do we have any more discussion on the comprehensive plan agenda item? Then I'll just kind of read back my bullet points that I took, and if I'm off base, please let me know. Work within the current FAR ratios that are in the comp plan was the first one I had. Create a plan for overall priorities for development for visibility, meaning not necessarily a point system, but these categories that are high priority. And calculations for the base flood elevation for the height would fall under a give and take and not by right, is directed by legal wording through John and his office to narrow down the wants versus needs. Is that a general synopsis of kind of what we covered? Is there anything that I'm missing? Those are the three top ones that I kind of took notes on.
One thing I would just kind of point out is we already essentially have de facto nodes, right? We have the commercial boulevard zoning areas, which are scattered among the island. All we're really looking at doing is expanding those. And one option may be is that if we make the node smaller, if there is an adjacent property that wants to be included in the node, they can petition to be included in the node. If they don't want it, then they don't petition, they don't ask. And that's one way of protecting the property rights of the people who are in the area of these. And I will also, once again, Vice Mayor has pushed back against a large-scale development at the Baptist Church, because that is surrounded by residences. It is a residential area, and one of the things in our comp plan is to avoid commercial intrusion in a residential area.
I don't want to prejudice their opportunity to tell their story, because it may be rather unique and include workforce housing and a lot of innovative things that people have been talking about. So I just wanted to make sure that we'll just keep an open mind on that, and certainly as the details unfold, people can form their own opinions.
Eddie, could you think of another word to use instead of node? I dislike that word immensely, and I just Googled a synonym for node, and here's why I think I dislike it. Bulge, bump, burl, clot, growth, knob, knot, lump. None of that is good. Maybe node is a development term, and I'm being silly about this. Every time I hear it, I think, is it a pocket? Is it, what could it be something? Node just sounds, I don't know. Anyway, just for what it's worth.
Sounds bulgy.
I don't know. I don't like it.
In several other communities that I work in, they're called centers.
Okay, I like
You can call them a
centers, okay.
village center or a
village center.
neighborhood center or an
Neighborhood
activity
center.
center, civic center. Yeah.
Node is, ugh.
Just calling it a bulge may cut down on some like dessert ordering from the restaurants and things.
That was a good synopsis.
I think community center sounds a lot better than community bulge.
Or neighborhood center.
All right. We'll move on to the next agenda item, Land Development Code. The first item you have on here, Madam Chair, is density per acre calculations. I think we're going to start. Yeah, I think we're going to start with Patrick on this, because he and I spoke after the last meeting, and I think we were in agreement on what we were trying to say. And I don't want to put you on the spot, Patrick, but you said you were going to try to apply some numbers to it and see if you could achieve what I think we were trying to achieve.
I couldn't quite get there. But I think part of my issue is again we have a bunch of land use tools, and ultimately we have an FAR that people can try to achieve, but they typically can't, because this density and multiplier to the density doesn't allow them to ever get there. We do have a clause that allows for people to come in and ask for more. Kind of my concern is, so many people want to adhere directly to what's in the land development code. And as soon as someone proclaims exceptional circumstances, it's so nebulous that people start thinking, well, why is that exceptional versus this? And I think maybe a better way to do it is whatever we have today can be a base. We just call it a base. And then we have a maximum. And to get to anything above the base, you have to come in and ask for it. You have to go through a plan development process or something like that. But it doesn't prejudice the project or the developer or whoever's asking for it. Because, you know, again, the easy example to use is Margaritaville, and, you know, people that were opposing it, very easy for them to say what's exceptional circumstances. And I think when you just use different language in a lot of communities, they just start with a base and they have a maximum, and you just know that you're going to have to ask for it. You're still going to have to demonstrate the benefits of your project and the public benefit, and, you know, the compatibility. You're going to have to address all those things, but just maybe changing the way we do it a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's brings me back to that scenario that I talked about with Town Hall earlier. You know, the FAR. How do you get that FAR to that closer to? And it brings up that question: as a community, are we more concerned with what the building looks like and the size of the building, or what goes inside the building? Which is the intensity-density discussion, right? Or how many go inside, right? I mean, and I think some of and this is for commercial and residential. You know, you look at the RC zoning district. If you're there, you are by right allowed to have a duplex, but because FAR doesn't match, or your dwelling units per acre doesn't match your square footage, you can't have a duplex, which doesn't make sense to me. That's some inconsistencies that I think that's where you and I struggled the most, is how do you get to closing that gap? How do you get to allow, and I don't know if there's a magic number to do it. I think the multiplier, like you said, can be very confusing on how you get to that, but how do we close that gap with those calculations? And using that town hall example that I gave, to get to one, you're 6 stories, 5 stories of 10,000 square feet apiece, almost 11,000 square feet apiece. In reality, in your mind, if you were to see a 10,000 square foot space, what would be an acceptable density for that space? Would it be 25 units, 5 units? I think if we could figure out a way to get that number at least closer and not so far apart, I think that would inherently attract people to build nicer homes or better developments, if you could just close that gap. And it's kind of some groundwork, I think, of what you and I talked about. Maybe other people at the table have some ideas, if that made sense to anyone. I know it gets in the weeds a little bit, but, you know, how do we make that, what is inside that box, if you will, an acceptable amount? Or is there no acceptable? We don't want to change it at all.
I think the perfect example as to where we have a conflict is especially with the smaller hotels, motels, inns, whatever we call them, where they could possibly, and Scott can maybe comment on that, he may have looked at it, from an FAR standpoint, he could probably develop something where it's financially feasible, where it actually works. But I think if he starts playing around with the density and what the land development code would allow him, he's still limited to so few units that the rebuild just doesn't make sense. So I think that's where, you know, a developer will spend the money and go through the process. Scott or someone like Scott may just say that, look, it's just not worth it. I'm going to sell.
Well,
So
and is that a way to tie these two things in together with the small mom and pops? If your square footage of the max you can build for that FAR is under a certain square footage, that you maybe get more dwelling units for that to make it more feasible. Your building isn't getting any bigger. Your rooms might be getting a little bit smaller, but you're able to make that FAR work along with the density. Whereas so maybe it's a scalable thing. As your building would get bigger, or the piece of property that you own gets bigger, that number would maybe not necessarily get bigger with it. It would just get closer, come together smaller, if that makes sense.
In the hotel world, it's all about doors. So the more units, the better your pro forma looks. Now, you can't have, you know, little tiny, 100 square foot efficiencies, but it's all about the doors. So that's, you know, the way things are written right now, it's going to be tough to make your pro forma work. So that's just the challenge we have right now, is what can we build back, and I think with this new comp plan, we just have to have some clarity as to what we can do, because we're just kind of in a holding pattern right now.
Question for John. So would it be within our rights to be able to say, come up with a different way of doing density for smaller lots than larger lots and commercial lots? Like the idea that, you have a certain density that it's based on the FAR and not the doors, but only for smaller lots?
The way that I've seen some places do it is really based upon traditional hotel rooms versus places that maybe what I'm trying to think is an embassy suites where all the rooms are suites, and so they get treated differently. I think that, and I don't want to speak for either Sarah or for Eddie. I hear the comments of Mr. Safford throughout this process, and I think that what probably just suggest is that he and like situated hotel owners try and set up a separate meeting with the consultant to see if there's a way to level the field, so to speak.
You make a suggestion to Scott and the other hotel owners. Maybe if you look at some kind of clause that would say that for either a property size or a pre-disaster hotel that had less than X amount of units, moving forward, only an FAR would apply, not that density multiplier. And an FAR we could also start at, again, I'm not sure what 1.5 would look on your property. That may not be the right number, but it could be where if the density multiplier doesn't apply, maybe it's a base of 1, and you can ask for up to 1.5, something like that.
I think going through the numbers is more like 2, to be honest with you.
One of the other kind of problems with that too is, because of course we're not sitting here trying to talk about how to make Scott work. It's about the list, treating everybody equally. But I'm looking at this and I see everything from, if these numbers are right, that the Dolphin Inn has 13 rooms on less than 1/10 of an acre. I mean,
but let's just look at this list. There's one mistake. Holiday Court actually has 20 rooms, or 20 units. But if you look at this total list, there's about 25 hotels or inns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them are actually zoned multifamily. So I don't know if we can't really include these guys because they're in a different zoning district.
now can they be are they really hotels, or are they?
They're inns. Like Anchor Inn is an inn, or was an inn. So the numbers are close. I'll give you an example. Like the Sun Deck, it says 7. I think they had actually 11 there. So these numbers aren't exact, but the total of all these rooms is 350. And if you take out Tropical Sands and Matanzas, and Anita asked me to put Matanzas in there just as a point of reference.
Kansas is also a CPD, and so is Edison
Yeah.
Beach S.
Okay. So that I didn't know.
Yeah.
So if you take out all the CPDs, you're at like 250 rooms right now. So I don't know if you can do it. It looks like, and it's all over the board. I mean, you've got Bel Air Beach Club has 20 rooms on only 5,000 square foot lot. Most of them are kind of one per 1,000. I mean, that's kind of how, Tiki was, the Beacon. So Palm Terrace, again, that's zoned residential. So I just want to give everybody an idea of what the lot sizes we're dealing with. So, I mean, Sun Deck only has 3,500 square feet. I've only got 4,600 square feet. Sandy Beach only has 6,000. Dolphin Inn only has 4,000. So, I can go off of what Mr. Herron says, and we could set up a meeting with staff.
Again, we're going to have to give a lot of this, all these different ideas, a lot of thought. The idea is to try and get as close as the community, the council, and the individual property owners want. I think you all have a unique opportunity here, particularly with the ability to ground truth the zoning and the land use categories. If something is, if a hotel, a use is a designated multifamily, we can get with those property owners and see if to change it to a more appropriate land use and zoning category. This is, it's a blank slate.
Right. The other thing that came to mind today was how you had said that some municipalities actually measure FAR from the middle of the right-of-way. So perhaps with the smaller lots, you give that dispensation to let them calculate their FAR on a little bit bigger scale. That may give us the advantage we need. That'd be something I need to sit down with staff to see if that would get us to that number, or my fellow hoteliers to that number. But that may be an easy solution.
So the way density actually currently works on the island, if you have a lot that's less than 15,000 square feet, you're allowed to count half of the right-of-way width towards your acreage and then you can round up. Maybe there could be something like that for the smaller hotels, something like that. I mean, it's the way we currently look at density now. So it wouldn't give you, I mean, if we increased your density by the width of your property, half the width of the right-of-way, up to a certain number of square feet, I believe. Then
I'm actually handicapped. I don't want to use that word. I'm actually on 2 streets.
Okay.
So
then you may.
If I could use both streets, Avenue E and Estero, then maybe that might get us where we need to be. But like Sun Deck, gosh, they're the same thing. They're on Crescent and 3rd, I guess. So they've got some challenges with the right of way and the parking and everything else. I mean, that's a tough lot, but it's a lot. It's just some discussion points I'd like to kick around, and I'd like to get everybody else's input.
Sarah, I'm curious before you walk away. Yes. Can we approach this kind of like we did with the beach cottages on the north end? We allowed them through the LPA's recommendations to build back what they had, what they couldn't do under the previous codes, but still allowed them the flexibility to be able to ask for more and come through and get the special exception. Is that something, and I'll lean on the people who are the experts in the room on if that's something that's a feasible way to do it. I mean, I don't know if that gets everybody to where they need to be, but I say that because we made a very big point, and I think Anita did a very good job of saying, we allowed them something that they didn't have before, and that they didn't have before, and with the option to get more, they just have to ask for it. So I don't know if that's a solution to get to.
In this particular case, and Scott, please, this is nothing to do with you, because I have to separate the people from the property, because as a policymaker, I can only look at the property. I can't look at Jackie and Scott. I can only look at the property and what that does. Because
there's no offense taken whatsoever.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
I'm in this,
Yep.
I'm in this to help the other hoteliers, because again, I don't want empty lots. I don't want to sell
Me
out.
either.
I don't think the community wants to see 5 250 room resorts. No offense to Margaritaville.
Yep.
I think we need a couple.
Yep.
But I don't think we need 10.
But I think you've already got quite a few of these properties that are on the market to be sold. So unlike the cottage lots, those cottage lots needed a minimum use determination. They needed to be legitimized. Why doesn't it do that for you? It's something about, and then they needed to be legitimized, and in doing that, we actually created a space for those property owners to rebuild what they had, because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to. That is not the case with the commercial properties. The commercial properties, at least, you know, what Scott is saying and what I have heard from others is, as I redevelop, when I redevelop, I think it might be my bracelet, I don't know. As the properties this is very nice. As the properties redevelop, they, for financial reasons, the cozy Sea Gypsy Inn, now to rebuild and redevelop their property, it can't be so cozy anymore. It needs more to make financial sense for that property owner. It's a different conversation. I think what we need to be very clear about is why we're going to do it. What's the reason behind wanting to do this? And, you know, at the LPA, the discussion was, because we want to keep a variety of products. We want to have different price points. We want to have, we don't just want a wall, like Scott said, of big giant hotels. However, I don't know what precludes that as these properties change hands. So I looked across from Lynn Hall Park, that's all for sale. Does somebody not come along and take it all and rebuild? I don't know. Or are we not singling? So I'm going to say that I own Diamond Head. Now, if I own Diamond Head, and now we're going to give Myerside some advantage, some commercial advantage that I wasn't given, that may create some conflicts. What makes one commercial property more important than another? I just think we have to be very clear what our motive is, why we're doing it. The end, for me.
I've got a couple very interesting, couple of points there, Nita. Test. A couple of points. I think that, there's the situation on the island is there's a lot of people who are having difficulty, and it's not just commercial property owners. I know a lot of people who are really having a difficult time staying on the island, people who've been here for decades. And so, and I think the one thing that kind of I get some comfort in is knowing that those people, if they do leave, they're not really financially screwed because the property values for these lots are so high on the island. I think that, to me, that's the same. This kind of is down that line. I think if someone's got a CPD or they're zoned differently, maybe we should take them off of this list. And I also think that, maybe if we can put some kind of restriction. So if someone gets additional density using some program we implement, that they can't sell for a certain period of time. So it's not someone taking it, getting the density, and selling it just to make more money on their way out the door.
That's not my intention whatsoever. I mean, if we had to sell today, we'd be just fine. It's just that that we start this conversation because I don't want to sell. I want to rebuild, but right now I just can't. So, but I absolutely say that if you give somebody this right, somebody can't come in and glop onto that. That's not my intent whatsoever.
And you realize that the point is this is for everybody, not just you. So the idea of having that kind of restriction just means that if someone's on their way out the door anyway, then they're not going to be able to cash in that restriction. Whoever buys it then inherits whatever the normal rights are and not some enhanced rights.
That's correct. I'd like to get some, Patrick, what are you thinking, John, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Well, I do think there ought to be, I have heard anecdotally as I listen to folks on social media and throughout talking to various people, walking through the neighborhoods, that people, and I don't know how you quantify this, but people clearly want the mom and pops to stay and thrive and flourish. And so how you calculate that, how you measure that, I don't know, but it's very evident in the conversations I've had with folks across this island. So there's obviously value in having that variety, not just from a socioeconomic dynamic in terms of finding a less expensive hotel and a medium and a high. There's value there, but people just like the flavor and the character that it adds to the island. So I'm in support of helping these smaller entities. Again, I'm open for suggestions on how best to do that. I do like the idea that it would be non-transferable. I'd like to help the incumbents that have sort of stood the test of time and have that sort of nostalgia and romanticism and connection with this island. But again, I'm wide open for suggestions on how best to do it.
Yeah, he's not saying a whole lot. He's not saying a lot. It's hard to, I think going back to what you said, Anita, how do you do something for one group that you don't do for the rest of the group? And I think your analogy is right. And I don't know that I have the answer or how to do it. I think we're all in agreement. We want to keep the people that were here before, but where is that fine line? And again, no offense to Scott or anyone else that's on this list, as a policymaker, you have to make a policy that's in the best interest for the community. And I'll just use a random number. Say you had 4 units, but now you need 20 units to make it a financially viable project for you because of the cost to build now. Is it necessarily the council and the LPA's job to do that? I don't know. I think there's a way that we can figure out, maybe it's through the communications with staff and figure out how you can make it so that at least helps get in that direction. And if you have to come and ask for something more like other people do, then maybe you're not making this is a difficult one. I mean, how do you keep them and not give an unfair advantage? Because if someone has 4 units and then now they can have 20 because you want to save them, then you're going to get the Wyndhams or the Outriggers to say, wait a minute, I had 70 units. How come I can't have 140 or something bigger? So for me, that's where I'm struggling. How do you get to that point to be able to keep the mom and pops, but not offend the big people and say, well, wait a minute, how come I don't get that? And I don't know that there's a magic solution to that.
You're probably going to offend someone no matter what, right? But I mean, maybe if you focus on the mom and pops, if you focus on the owner as of September, 28th, 2022, and you focus on something, pick a number. I mean, 25 rooms or less, 45 rooms or less. I don't know what the number is, but and you kind of hone into a nice tight little set of mom and pops, and then I think you have to work with each one individually. But you will offend someone, yes.
What about calculating far from the street?
Yeah, I think that.
Right away, or just making our boxes a little bit bigger if you're on a small lot.
Scott, from what Sarah indicated, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 6 on this list that are greater than 15,000 feet. So all the rest would be able to calculate from the right-of-way, including you. I forgot about that rule.
But I think it is, because I'm also on a corner lot, and I believe the rule is 1 road. And I think
Yes, it is
front.
1 road. Yeah. Is that not right, Sarah? It's 1 road. Or is it not? Is it 2 roads? If you're a corner, do you get a bonus?
I believe you can also count canals, so let me check.
Okay. But I think what Bill's kind of alluding to is the cumulative count. Could you count everything that surrounds you? Okay, you're going to find out.
I also have looking at this a different way as opposed to lot size, possibly unit size, because any that are over 25 or larger are also something else. They're a base,
They're timeshare.
They're a timeshare or a total hotel or, nightly rentals and have restaurants with a CPD and things like that. So I think that if you went down to under 25 units, that that would be a true mom and pop, as opposed to the square footage of the land. Although, like with Anchor Inn, when I sold it, it had 10 units and 6 lots that were commingled. And when it was sold, they subdivided it and did condominiumizing for the 6 lots that they were. And then they ended up buying 2 extra parcels and added that to, they bought the bayfront along there. We were 360 feet of canal and then added the bayfront. So, I mean, that's a very large parcel that isn't all included in this with square footage. But they are individually under the owner's name.
Yeah, but the only lot that's actually zoned multifamily is that 290. The other,
If you open them up, I did some research on them since you gave this list and you said that. They are listed also as duplex and
Okay.
that kind of stuff. So you just, I mean, you did a good job of putting this together. You just couldn't do all of the research on each individual, especially since he has subdivided them into his name. So you only have 6 rooms where there was 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units with Anchor
Right.
Inn. And so that doesn't really identify the number of rooms per se.
Right.
But I mean, the number of apartments that could be rented out is, less than 20, but it's much more than 6 rooms.
I have a question for Sarah. Got you in the middle of something else. So with our, or maybe Jason, with the post-disaster build back, someone like the Dolphin Inn could get their 13 units back.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
It's my understanding they would be able to get the 13 units back. However, they would have to be no larger than they currently are. And in many instances, that's the issue, is rebuilding these very small, which were quaint rooms, and they were cute, and they were sort of nostalgic, built a long time ago. And the current market doesn't really work with rebuilding of that size, is what we've been hearing. Maybe Scott can speak to that better, but that's the way post-disaster build back is.
We'd be kind of doing the same thing if we were kind of relying on FAR and letting people put at the doors, because as Scott was saying, number of doors is a pretty important factor for the business.
So in regard to the, it says streets, so you can use half of the adjoining streets, so plural.
Streets.
Yes. And then so here is, but just to sort of explain this, that only is supposed to get you up to potentially 2 dwelling units. That's only to round you up if you're less than 15,000 square feet and rounding up to get to 2 dwelling units. So that would be, a house with an accessory apartment or a duplex. So this would be using that hotel motel equivalency factor sort of in a different way, which we've already all agreed is sort of a bastardized version, as Patrick said, density. So it's not really the correct calculation, but using it for an FAR might work. So potentially looking at if you can use half of that right-of-way and put that towards the FAR. I mean, we can see what that might do.
Nate, I got a question for you. I'm just trying to look through this list and try to figure out numbers. And Bel Air Beach Club, how long has that been around, or how long was that around?
A long time. I don't know exactly.
And how many stories was that?
5 or 6.
Because I'm just looking at, their lot size is 5,500, and they had 20 units.
It's timeshare. Also.
But it's still a unit.
It's a
right?
tower. Yep.
Well, I'm just trying to look at how you can get these numbers, because if you're looking at, we'll just look at Sandy Beach. If you go up to 25 units, they're going to have, assuming you could build 1 floor, that entire 6,000 square feet of that lot, you would still need 2 floors to have anything decent sized hotel room. I'm just trying to figure out how you can make the math work to get to 20 in some of these lots that, without having to go 5, 6 stories tall.
I think it would be a very good idea, the staff suggestion, Scott, if I've not heard from any hotel on this list haven't heard from one of them, except for you. It would be interesting, I mean, I think it would be beneficial for everyone to kind of get together and talk, have a meeting with staff to see if there is something that can be, that could be brought forth, because it needs to be, I mean, it would have to be something cohesive, otherwise I feel like we're separating, I think it's a slippery slope.
I've actually talked to Sandy Beach, Mojo's, Sandcastle, and Holiday Court. So I've spoken to 5 or 6, and I'm actually going to call them after the meeting and give them an update if they're not watching.
So I've been quiet because I agree this is a very difficult issue to address. What I'm amazed about is we have a whole panel here where you've got very thoughtful people, and I think our discussion indicates that we're looking at all avenues. We want diversity, we want choices, we don't want to overprivilege one property over another. So we're trying to seek balance. And I was quiet because I was thinking of a comment from during the public comment. Someone said, don't sell out to developers, leave things as they are. And as we're going through this, I'm like, it's exactly why we can't leave things exactly the way they are, because we're in a different situation. And there's so many things that were going through my mind when that person was speaking, but we are spending a lot of time with regards to hotels, motels, commercial development, because that will have a disproportionate impact on our island and our ability to recover. And I think people have to understand we're trying to balance all those facets. Just the sheer cost of rebuilding for the town. We need a proper tax base. I'm not saying I've got anything particular that I'm worried about for this island. I'm always worried about every municipality and the fiscal health of municipalities. But we have to look at that. And how do you build a good tax base? Through commercial. So I think, if we want the quality, the level of service from our town, and some of these quality of life aspects, like a lot of landscaping, parks, and trees, well, they all cost money. And so when we're spending that much time on commercial is because we're trying to balance all these different things. We're trying to address the small mom and pops, but we're also being realistic that conditions have changed, and we have to now look at the reality of redeveloping in a V zone where it's going to be extremely expensive, and just telling people that they're not going to get anything more than what they have before just doesn't make sense financially. So again, for the public, we're trying to weigh all these different things. So the great thing is, from everybody here, I've heard that we want to keep this a community island. We all are striving for that community feel. But at least for me, I can't promise to anybody that I'm not going to support change. There will be change, and we're going to have to support some change. So anyways, that's my soapbox for 2 seconds here.
Pat, did you comment on the hotel multiplier, removing the hotel multiplier?
At least when it comes to small hotels, motels, I think the best thing is for them to get together,
Yeah.
and come up with a suggestion, bring it back to us.
For the convenience of time, I'll get with staff if we can set up an appointment sometime this week or early next week. Her and I can bounce around some ideas, and in our next meeting, we'll report back and tell you what we came up with. We're taking a lot of time, and I know a lot of residential people want to talk about their issues, and that's super important too.
Yeah, I think we kind of jumped around a little bit there, but I think did we cover enough of the mom and pops for now? I think okay. And then does that kind of tie into that validating non-conforming units for rebuild, or is that what Jason was we were gonna talk to Jason about?
That's your town manager's issue.
I mean, okay, well, let's talk, I think, I want to go back to this density per acre calculation, especially when it comes to residential. And how we can deal with things that are zoned a certain way, if they're already currently zoned into the comp plan a certain way, but now because their houses were completely destroyed, they can't build back what they had because the calculations don't add up. How can we address that? How can we give direction to staff to make that change through the land development code to be able to allow someone that can prove, we'll get into how you prove it and can't prove it, but you can prove that you had a duplex, but now because your house is completely destroyed, you're in a zone that allows it, but the calculations now don't add up and you can't have what you had.
That's not density. That is, that's this validating non-conforming lots. That's really not density per acre calculation. That's simply somebody saying, you know, I've had a fourplex forever. I've had a fourplex forever. Jason's coming up here, and it was the list. Are you coming up here, Jason? You are. It was the list.
I think what Dan's driving at, I know Judy's here, just mainly because of this, because she has so many clients that have what was a duplex, actually has two addresses, like 140, 142 Madison, and two electric bills, two everything, and now these people are being told they can only build back one, and I just don't get it.
But I don't think we address that through density and that conversion table. We've got post-disaster build back for that.
Right.
We have minimum use determinations for that. So I think my biggest concern with the density is that conversion table when you take residential density and convert it to lodging units, and you can never get to your max FAR, and you've got other restrictions. It's those conflicts that I'd love to get rid of the conflicts. The more we talk, the more I'm realizing that trying to get rid of all those conflicts may not work, because there's certain reasons why we want to keep things the way they are. Don't like the conflicts, but obviously I think we're giving clear direction to our staff, at least moving forward, where they can make adjustment. But the resident, Dan, I haven't personally heard of people where the residential density for residential build back is giving them a problem. But I don't know. I'd love to, if it does, I'd love to hear that.
Almost every lot in the RC zone in the middle of the island down towards Dakota and that area, almost every single one of them was destroyed that were duplexes before. But because of the lot size and the dwellings per acre calculation don't add up. You can't get to that 2.
Because they can't prove they were pre-existing.
That's part of it, but that's not all of it.
Yes, so Jason Smalley, Planning and Zoning, if anybody didn't watch the first session. So if I may clarify very briefly. So if in your hypothetical they were able to establish that they had 2 dwelling units, it was a legal duplex, the post-disaster build-back policy does vest the interior area and the number of dwelling units. So in this scenario, their limitation would basically be what sort of duplex could they reconstruct on their small lot. If they can construct anything, they can construct a duplex on top of each other, for instance, if they wanted to go that route. The limitations are really just your setbacks and your height. But if we can establish that they had 2 units, they are allowed to keep 2 units, and we are given in the code in the post-disaster build-back policy the ability to administratively change and alter some of the side setbacks, particularly to allow them to build that same amount of space that they had before. So if they collectively had 4,000 square feet in the duplex, they would be allowed to build back 4,000 square feet. It's just going to be crunched into a slightly smaller footprint, and they'll be allowed to go mainly up to account for that that difference in area. But they are vested with the area and the number of dwelling units. Yes.
Can we make this process simpler for all of those who have either multifamilies or in-laws or duplexes or whatever, that because FEMA isn't really involved in the units downstairs or anything else, except that they would have to be reconstructed with the 50% rule, that we could go with the tax records and the affidavit instead of all the other stuff of verifying it was built prior to whatever, if it's been, if the tax roll identifies it as a duplex or a triplex or number of units, and the number of units that are on the tax roll and the number of, just, there's so many things that make it simple. If they have the tax roll and an affidavit, we could move forward and all this would be so much simpler. And I know you think that everybody's going to run out and get this, but I just don't think that's possible. I think, there are tools that would make it simple. But I mean, I'm talking to people who are calling me and they have 4 units, four meters, 4 porches, 8 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms. Now, I don't know what that is, but it's a fourplex. And yet, they can't get a permit to rebuild. And this should be simple. This really should be simple. And I think the town needs to make it simpler. And if there is going to be a different kind of source for different price units for rental on this island, these are those things that could give us an ability to have employees live on this island and things like that, because otherwise, there isn't a place for them to be. And I think this should be a priority in looking at things. And we do have the ability to use those 2 things to make it simple. Why not make it simple?
Without going too far into the last discussion, which again, I wanted to thank everybody here for keeping an open mind and allowing me to explain where we were coming from. But staff, staff doesn't have a vested opinion here about which way we should go. I think the entire point of the conversation last time we were here is that staff is obligated with the very limited amount of code language that we have to establish legality. There's a few different code sections, and it hangs its hat on this has to be an established legal unit. From staff's perspective, that was difficult for all the reasons I brought up. And I wanted to say, kind of take a step back and say that there was some of my opinion in that discussion, and I really don't want today to be about my fears or what ifs or opinions. So if it is the intent of the town council and in the opinion of the LPA that we take a much broader look, all we would really want to do today is kind of get everybody on record to say, look, with the absence of language and the language that we do have seeming to peg it to the most difficult possible way to establish these dwelling units, that it's the intent of town council, without passing new code language, to ask us to look holistically, to look further than just what is the 1977 CO'd plans, do they exist, and make it a binary of, your approval for your fourplex, for instance, has to be based on that level of document.
I think as 2 different bodies working together, I think we all were kind of in agreement the last time we talked that we didn't want to just eliminate these because they can't, who has any information? I don't have a floor plan, I don't have any taxes, I don't have when I bought the property I own. Nobody has that. And there are no field cards.
I think to Jane's point, I think we all, we used the baseball analogy, we wanted to err on the side of the runner, which is the homeowner. And I thought we were good with that, except we decided you needed to check with council first. And are you saying council said, okay, we can err on the side of the runner?
That's what I heard. We wanted to make sure that we were touching base with the attorney to make sure that when we had all of our questions answered about what our responsibility was from staff. Because again, I don't mean to harp on it too much, but this is a discussion of the code itself requires this very high bar.
Oh, I know it puts you in a tough spot, but I thought you were coming at us for some guidance in this gray area as to, hey, do you want us to lean against or for the homeowner in this situation? And you said, we all said, let's lean in favor of the homeowner, but hey, oh, by the way, we probably ought to need to check with John first. So I thought that's where we left it last week.
We did, and John Heron, town attorney, and you know, at the last meeting, you all may recall that, and I already did it once before I stood up, and I said, look, reliance upon the tax rolls in of itself is legally insufficient according to Florida courts. As painful as this may sound, the fact that someone's been paying taxes on a second or third unit in of itself is not evidence that it was a legal unit under the law. Well, and that's you asked us to look at, you know, how can we err on the side of the base runner. The affidavit plus the tax deed, or the fact that I've been paying taxes, again, is all we have is an affidavit, because according to the law, you can't use the tax deed or the property appraiser's records. You know, I hate to be the bearer of the messenger sometimes, but in of itself, you're still now one item, affidavit. So there's a list in the comprehensive plan of things that staff can look at. And so we're looking at that. What the conversation that I had with Jason is, let's look to see what other jurisdictions that have similar issues, how they've dealt with it, and that's what we're looking at. You know, this is not unique to Fort Myers Beach. Other communities, ones that I'm personally aware of, is several down in the Keys that have gone through the same thing, where, you know, there were pre-existing units, downstairs enclosures, affected by storm. You know, what can they rebuild, what's legal, what's not legal, and they have very similar language to what's in our comprehensive plan. And so the idea was, and we're researching, is then to go one step further and to see what specific criteria they've placed in their land development code to give them guidance, start applying that, and then bring an amendment to the land development code to take that language that's in the comprehensive plan and codify it in the land development code, so the certainty that we're all talking about, that everyone wants. Here's what the code says we can use, and it's acceptable, and we'll recognize it if you can provide us with, you know, 2 or 3 of pieces of 7, you know, if they're theoretically.
That was going to be my question to you, John. Is we all know how FEMA frowns upon changing your code after a storm. The way our comp plan and code are written now, if we were to say, if you were to come up with 2 of the 5 or 6, I don't remember how many were on the list, of the things that are listed in the land development code on top of the tax roll, even though the tax roll is not, as you said, legally bindable by Florida state law, or look, however you worded it, legal beagle. If we were to say that, would we have a defensible position should they come back and say, we followed our code, we didn't change anything, we
Yes.
allowed?
For the reason that we previously discussed, everything else that's come before us, we're doing it based upon our comprehensive plan, which under Florida law is the guiding document when it comes for land development purposes. Everything we do in our land development code must be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and all we're doing is taking that one step further and identifying that criteria in our land development code, and applying it to the circumstances. You know, the area where I think the only area in this entire discussion where FEMA actually comes into play is if it's a downstairs enclosure. And then the question ultimately becomes, even before getting to what's the criteria, is, you know, is the downstairs enclosure above or below the 50% rule?
I need some clarification because what I thought I heard earlier and from the last session as well is the tax roll could not be the only defining.
It can't be, according to the case law, it can't be relied upon.
Period?
Period.
Okay.
Because it's in our comprehensive plan. Let me make this very clear. It's in our comprehensive plan, but the courts of Florida said, we don't care. So we have to listen to the courts of Florida. We don't have a choice. And this exact issue was litigated with downstairs enclosures in Monroe County, and the Third District Court of Appeal said the function of the property appraiser is different from that of, let's say, code enforcement and local government. And you cannot impute the knowledge of the property appraiser to that of the local government because they provide two separate functions and one's not equivalent to the other. I know I'm getting into the weeds on this, but my job is to help guide you and make sure that what we do is not only internally consistent with our comprehensive plan and our land development code, but also with the prevailing case law. If it's the request of this council, I'll have a formal analysis performed and provide to you all. So I'm not just you can read it, and I'll provide the case to you if that's your desire.
John, I think in the sake of trying to give some clarity to staff as well as people who are trying to build their homes, if we were to say, if you can get two of the lists of things on there plus the tax roll, even though that would be a third potential, that we will look at that as proof that you had these duplexes or you had that.
An existing legal unit.
Then I would be in support of that.
That's fine.
I agree, and if one of the criteria should be also in that list is number of. I think someone, I think on the list should also be added the number of FPL meters, because they don't just hand those out like, I'd like to have 6 meters at my house.
But Jane, I think we're all sharing the same passion that you have.
But I'm just saying.
We want to do it, but I think what you're missing is we can't change the code. We can't change it now after. We can't say we want to add this to make it more beneficial to the property owner. But what we can say, I believe, if I'm saying it correctly, John, is we can give staff direction of the 5, 6 things that are listed within our current code. If you can produce 2 of those, as well as the tax records, that's sufficient enough for us to say that you have proved that you had a pre-existing unit.
Yes, and I believe evidence of utility bills is one of those criteria in the comprehensive plan.
That works.
Yeah.
Super.
Jason, just not to put you on the spot, but does that make your life easier? Does that give you the direction that you'd hoped for?
So I think that gives us the clarity we were looking for, and with everybody telling us that you're looking to ensure that the runner gets the tie, I think we can go on from there. Pardon the metaphor. I think one question that we do have is, does this strategy that the mayor has come up with, does this require any additional land development code, or is this discussion enough?
I think that the ultimately the safeguard here is to codify this in an amendment to the land development code, so it's there, it's in the code, as opposed to us simply looking back to the comprehensive plan. We can say we've done exactly what the law says. We've taken our comprehensive plan, which is the guiding document, and codified it in an ordinance to include into our land development code. This is the criteria that we are going to look at, because that's frankly where the comprehensive plan lacks that specificity.
By saying that, does that mean that nobody can fix their units or anything until we make a land development code change?
We would consider this to be what's called incipient policy, which is the guiding. I know, incipient. It's recognized by the courts, kind of like the equivalent of zoning in progress, where used to invoke to stop. We're now incipient policy to start.
So as of today, right now, we can start using this going forward.
Correct. And so we will continue to work with staff to identify communities that have also had this issue, to see how they've treated and see if we can make a better mousetrap.
Quick question on the policy language itself. Okay, when it lists 6 or 8 items, does it say such as, or they're very specific? Because if it says such as, I think when we go to the code, we can add multiple items that are similar.
I don't want to quote, but I think it actually says may.
Right? So I think we've got that flexibility because, and my point is, I've looked at the specific issue for my property, okay? And my property is on that magic list of the 120 units that existed. So that is strong evidence, but that would not be one of the items on the list. So if I exclude that, and according to that list, my apartment was there at least prior to 1988. Okay, so then I look at the list and I say, what can I produce other than that? Tax records.
Affidavit.
That's about it. Affidavit, possibly, but I don't think the owner is even around anymore. That sold it to me. So and the rest, pictures. I don't have any dated pictures because again, it wasn't digital back then. So I could take an old picture and just write a date in the back. But I'm saying it's a very high bar, even for a unit like mine where people would say you're on the list. It's pretty conclusive that it was there. But even then, if I was asked to produce all these things, I don't think I could.
Let me make it absolutely clear to you all, the people who are in the audience and those who may be watching on TV or will watch. We get it. We understand that the tie goes to the runner. We're going to do whatever we can. I'm also a firm believer in not reinventing the wheel. So if there are other jurisdictions that already have a procedure in place that we can mimic and perfect, then that's certainly the idea and the discussion that took place at the staff level. And we're, this conversation just adds to the prior conversation, and we're already beginning that process. So if that's the message I want to provide to you here today, as well as to the community, is that we're already taking the steps to implement this, put it in our code, and make sure everyone has that certainty that's previously been discussed. And we can look to and say, this is what is works for us, what's acceptable, and go from there. The only to the issue of photographs, the only thing I can think of is I know that starting in the 50s, FDOT started doing aerial photography every 2 years of pretty much all of the state of Florida, and those are dated. The year that they were taken. Yeah, I know. I just, but yeah. I mean, we're challenged with just the existence of the unit, of the structure to begin with, in some instances because of the loss of our records, and so anything, we're here to work with the property owners to get over this issue and get them back to some level normalcy.
Well, the question is too on that. I can't say the word. No. On the accessory apartment list that was grandfathered in prior to, once we became a town, does that count?
Yeah, that's that.
That's a documentation.
That's golden. That's great. If you're on that list, I think that's pretty dispositive. To add some lightheartedness to the meeting here, I just wanted to say that after Jack Daniels got up here, I was really disappointed no one. The next speaker wasn't. My name's Jim Beam, but yeah. Yeah. So we're on board. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just follow up on what you brought up, the example with 4 units. I think the public needs to hear this, and that you can demonstrate that you have 4 units, and what you have to understand is if you're on a small lot, you can still be non-conforming, meaning that you don't meet the density requirements. Therefore, you can rebuild your 4 units if you can demonstrate that you meet the criteria. However, you can't just build any size unit you want. So you can't say, I'm going to go as big as I can on my property, 4 stories. You're still going to be limited to the size of those units you had previously.
Good clarification. I think, Jason, John, I think you've lawyered us up enough. Did you get everything you needed, Jason, out of those bullet points, I think, to move forward?
I think I know how to move forward.
All right.
Are there any other questions? Or
Thank you. Thank you, Jason.
Is there anything else that I missed under the, we kind of bounced around a little bit, under the Land Development Code, Agenda Item B? Is there anything else on here that we need to really touch on? I think we've kind of covered a lot of it, but anyone have any other information that? Commercial what?
We need alcohol.
No, I didn't think we would.
You know, it's just out of context of this conversation.
Right.
I wonder if it shouldn't be at another.
Yeah, we got to figure out what the building will look like first. All right, then what we'll do is at the very end we'll add, since we had it at the beginning, we'll in case someone came in late or had to work, some people still have to work. We'll do one final public comment if anyone has any questions or has any comments. Yes, ma'am. Maureen. Yeah. Only if you want us to hear you.
Okay. Madeline Boyd, co-owner of the Beach Bar, and I've spoken with Scott. My brother's spoken with Scott, and we haven't come to the LPA before because we really didn't have much direction. We have met with a contractor, his engineers, his planner, and we want to rebuild also. And as someone who left earlier talked about losing the Wyndham down in the south end, I mean, we're mid-island, and, we lost so much. Sea Gypsy, the little boutique, our beach bar with 2 short-term rentals over it, Mojo's coffee shop for breakfast, Mr. Tequila Mall. So, we want to be considered too, and also give a little favor to, the runner for a mom and pop. We want to rebuild. We think we offer something to the island, and I'd love to be part of those meetings, that you're going to have with some of the other small hotel units. And, just some other things to think about. The post office, it was so big. Do we really need that big post office? It's right mid-island. It's a big piece of property. There could be maybe another community service there, which would add more parking. There's just a lot of other areas I think that can be thought about, especially near these beach access points. That's all. Thank you.
Anyone else? Come on, Grace.
Grace Workman, Coconut Drive. I said earlier that I was against giving density to the hotels. I would like to correct what I said. I was meaning all the vacant property that's going to be rebuilt like the Wyndham. Give them what they had. Don't give them extra. We don't need the Carousel and all these places. I think the Carousel's already, they're going to go into condos. Let's say the Outrigger and all those places, don't give them extra hotel rooms or big condos. We have enough traffic on the beach and we don't need it. The small mom and pops, give them whatever they need to make it.
Thank you, Grace. Yep, go ahead. Terry?
Terry Prasad, Sunset Beach Grill, or formerly Sunset Beach Grill. As you know, we were in Times Square. We were attempting to rebuild. And I thank you guys for your effort to coming together as LPA and council and trying to give us a vision as where you're going. But as I listened for the last 4 hours, it's still very murky to me as to what we can afford to build back in Times Square. There's not a clear direction on height. There's not a clear direction on FAR. There's not a clear direction on density. And that makes it difficult because, as Scott has said, you know, the small investors and the medium-sized investors, we have a lot of hurdles to overcome to rebuild. And if we don't know where we're going, it's hard to come up and create a plan and then bring it and says, no, no, you can't do this. You got to scrap it, go back to the architect and start over again. Times Square should be a joint effort between the county, because we're surrounded both sides by the county, by the town, because you guys own the center of Times Square, and by the individual owners of the properties. And all the property owners are on board as to what we'd like to see, but we need some direction. And we also need some cohesiveness with the town and with Lee County to see how we can incorporate all that. Because one of the biggest problems we had was parking and then the traffic flow around that area. So I'd like to see at some point a committee, and I've mentioned this a couple of times before in meetings, where we all get together and start discussing how we rebuild it. I mean, we had a concert there Saturday. It was fun. We had a couple hundred people. But March 18th is one of the busiest days for Times Square. Anita, you know that. We should have had thousands of people in there, you know. But the businesses are all gone, you know. So where do we go in July and August when there's no people there? The little operators that's there, they're going to pack up and leave too. I mean, unless we start doing something now. The concerts can only take us so far, you know. So at some point we need to, you know, create a committee, and I talked to Jim, I've talked to Mr. King, I've talked to Dan, I've talked to Karen, and you guys kind of seen our vision for that. But, you know, we need to just keep moving it forward. I'll listen to some comments on what I just said.
Thanks, Terry. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Hello, everybody. John McLean, Egret Street. Number one, I want to thank you all for the collaboration that I see between you. It's fantastic. We're looking to rebuild. I know I haven't actually gone through much of the permitting process myself, only the stuff that I needed in order to get into our rental property. But I hear about what everybody's facing. And I understand that there was a subcommittee that was put together to try and learn from the jurisdictions around us. And I believe that it was disbanded. And I thought that that was just such a wonderful idea. Why not learn from all of the people around us that are being helped through what is a difficult process, which is something that's brand new to all of us. And I understand staff is working very hard to make it easier for us, but it's all new, and everything I hear is just hurdle after hurdle. So I'm not sure why it had to be disbanded. I was told it had something to do with sunshine laws. I'd like to understand why that would be. It just doesn't seem logical to me. Anyways, I'm a little emotional about it. But we're here, we're staying, we're rebuilding, we're building up, and we're excited about it, even though it's going to be a while. Thanks.
John, I would say talk to our town attorney about that afterwards, or if he wants to come up, well, just let him talk to you afterwards, or you want to come up and say it now. And John McClane's still one of the greatest movies ever. I thought for sure you would have started with that.
We discussed the issue of that ad hoc committee with the Attorney General's office, with their in-house attorney who specializes in the Sunshine Law and Public Records Law. And the advice that we received verbally from her was that we should err on the side of caution and not expose those members of that committee to potential claims of a sunshine violation, because A broad reading of the law says that ad hoc committees that make recommendations and advise governing bodies are subject to the Sunshine Law.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I see Keith back there. Keith, given what John said, I just want, if you wanted to say, Keith, or I'll say it, I understand from the town manager, he's still meeting with individuals one-on-one from
correct.
that group. He just has to do it one-on-one. So
that is correct.
I just
That's
wanted to say that
that's-
for the record, to give John some comfort. Yep.
So,
Yep.
you know, we're still working through the issues.
Yep.
Ma'am? Yeah. Ma'am?
No, it just the Sunshine Law very clearly states that no two members of any elected board, people who are going to decide on an issue, can form another group and talk about things that may come before them. I just don't get this. But anyway, I'll take that up in another day.
All right.
How are you?
You've been so patient.
Good. We haven't been together since the docks.
I know. Your glasses are nice.
Thank you very much. Back in Nakia 160 Coconut, Fort Myers Beach. I arrived here for the first time last Wednesday. It isn't that I hadn't seen anything because I get direct stream and therefore I get Wink and Fox News every morning. So I have been paying attention to exactly what's been going on here. And no matter how many times you see it or how many times you talk about it, it doesn't compare until you're here. I'm in the same spot that you are, and a lot of you are, when it comes to what I'm going to do with my house. I don't seem to get enough information to piece it together to be able to make a firm decision yet. The times and the months go out because people are so busy. We were lucky in that we lived in a little condo in Lebanon, Indiana, where we go about 4 or 5 months of the year, and I had my insurance, and I had a computer, and I had my phone, and I was able to pull stuff out and start making phone calls, even though I was 1,000 miles away. All the while, you were standing here with nothing. You didn't have a job. You didn't have a home. You know, you didn't have any clothes to wear. You didn't have anything. And I watched it all, and for that I feel so proud that I'm part of this town and to see how brave you are. Now, of course, there's all the little things that make me look at you a little funny, but there are things to be worked out, and it has to happen. I think you're right in the negotiations, except everything that you've talked about this afternoon is negotiation. It's just what you want to call it and how you do it. I think you need to be on top. I think you need to be tough. I think that you need, when people come and request to be a part of Fort Myers Beach, that they come strong and that you come stronger and firmer and stand for what you want for not only the commercial part of Fort Myers Beach, but for the little people like me that are here, down there in the residential area. It's important to me, and it's important to you too. You will regain strength, you'll regain a reputation, and when people come, they'll know that they've got to walk the straight and narrow to get into this town and to be part of this town, because it's that important. People from all over the world know about Fort Myers Beach. And my little town, people come down here all the time, and they want to know, and they're fearful. But they know that you're working as hard as you can, just like the people in Kentucky, just like the people in Selma, Alabama, just like what's left from Katrina. They're working and they're slaving, and they're inch by inch they're coming back. And that's what I know is going to happen. It's going to happen here. It really is. But thank you for working so hard on my behalf. I hope I get some more answers, and I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that chooses to speak? Don't limit yourself to one thing.
Well, I'll probably say more than one, but I just wanted to address
What's your name, ma'am?
Sorry, my name is Deb Sonic, and we have property on Anchorage Street. And a year and a half ago, my husband and I, we sold our business in Minnesota to invest in a property in Fort Myers Beach. We did a 1031 exchange. We went through the realtor. We had our attorney look over all the paperwork. And never once is there any disclosure in anything from a real estate office that if you purchase a fourplex, if you purchase any multi-unit, that you could get wiped out as far as if you get wiped out, you cannot rebuild, or some of these things that I hear, your bottom floors are not legal. So I think there needs to be something in realty disclosure statements or something so that people are aware that you might be buying something that you're not getting exactly what you're buying. So it wasn't what met the eye. And I don't know where you would address that, and I don't know who deals with the disclosure statements, but I do think that's something that is very important. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, or seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is there anything else for the group? If not, we will adjourn at 5:24.